Hey, what's up? You there?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, yeah, I can hear you well.
Awesome. Sometimes I have to use my headphones. Sometimes I don't. No, it all just depends.
All good, all good, all good. Will you be sharing the slides or would that be me?
Yeah, you can share. You can share. You can drive.
Um, Let me think. Oh, screen share, I assume, eh?
Yeah, yeah. The green button on the left.
Cool.
Awesome. All right. Well, I'm going to do a quick intro and then hand the floor over to you.
All right. Which screen share should I do? Google Plus Hangouts or the desktop or?
Uh, I believe it's the one in Google Plus Hangouts. There's a green button on your left side. You have chat, screen share.
Yeah, yeah. It just says select a window to show in the video call. So I think
Oh,
maybe.
whatever. If you want to do like your entire screen, I guess, and then that will be we'll see your presentation, your PowerPoint slides.
Okay. So let me know. So let me know if this works right. Or shoot.
You had it. You had it.
I just can't see any of the other questions or anything like that, so that might be a little problem.
Oh,
Um,
as they come in, as they come in, I can relay them to you. That's not a problem. That's exactly what we did last time. Um,
cool,
because some
cool, cool.
people had questions in the middle of the presentation.
And will you give me cues and stuff for questions or stop me or any of that stuff?
Oh yeah, yeah. I'll be like, hey Nick, we have a quick question, and yeah.
Cool, 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 cool. Sorry the slides are so basic, but I figure the information is more important, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, no problem, no problem at all. I'm actually about to pull up those questions we got via. Let me open up my drive real quick. Drive questions. All right, all right. I'm about to do a quick intro, then hand the floor over to you.
Cool.
Hey guys, this is Travis Newton with CommerceDude.com. We're doing another e-commerce summit. This will be the e-commerce summit 2. I know, original name. Uh, we have Nick Ramil with us this morning. He's our first speaker. He's the co-founder of the ElevatorLife.com, where his business partner Tim, basically they go over there, how they live in China, product development, manufacturing, etc. It's a great site if you haven't checked it out. He successfully launched numerous projects through crowdfunding, such as Luxo Watches, that brought in over 200K, and Sarah Watches, that brought in over 100K. He now runs a private entrepreneurship business community for manufacturing in China, interchina.co. So you guys go check that out as well. But I'm going to hand the floor over to Nick, and we're going to go ahead and get started with the presentation. Nick, floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the excellent introduction. What's up, everybody? Nice to be here. I'm coming to you from Hong Kong at the moment. Friday night, 9 p.m. So I'm sacrificing a bit of my Friday night for you all, but happy to do it. Very happy to be here and talk a little bit about my journey and, of course, building business, entrepreneurship, and everything involved. So, really quick background on me, besides what Travis just said, is Nick Ramil, 26 years old, moved to China in 2010. I was there just under 5 years, and I recently relocated to Hong Kong. Past businesses include importing to China, exporting from China globally, product development and e-commerce, which are two of the products they just named. But I've consulted on 6 total Kickstarters, all did 6 figures or more. Did information product, which is Enter China, which I'm incredibly proud of. That's a passion business. And I've also done consulting. I still do consulting actually for more high-end and corporate size clients. So altogether, that's about mid seven figures in revenue a year between all these different businesses. Current focus, the reason I'm in Hong Kong is I was recently brought on as a partner of a new venture capital firm and accelerator for IoT products, which is a very exciting space at the moment. One of the fastest growing and, I mean, truly most exciting business spaces to be in. And of course, enter China, as I just told you. This is truly my passion project that I'm doing on evenings and weekends and all that stuff, simply because I know how hard it was to find success in China, and of course, I can talk more about that in the presentation. And I believe the tool that we provide, the resource we provide, is second to none. This is going to be much more focused on businesses that everybody can do. Not everybody needs to move to China or live in China. This presentation is going to be strictly more about entrepreneurship and the type of businesses that Travis has talked about already. So today's topics, again, we're just going to run through. This is very high level. We can go into little intimacies of each one if you'd like. Feel free to ask questions at any time. I'm an open book. Transparency is my golden rule. Don't hide anything. And we're going to run through entrepreneurship. Then we're going to jump into crowdfunding, product development, and then, of course, manufacturing in China. These will be hopefully 5 to 10 minutes on each. As I just said, if you want to go into more detail, please ask away. So starting with entrepreneurship, again, that's why almost all of you are here. That's why most of us are here. I believe there is no better option than being an entrepreneur. There is nothing. There is no quality of life higher than controlling your own time. That is the most finite resource we have and the most valuable resource we have. You never know how much you're going to get, so you have to take advantage of every single moment that you do have. And I believe, just as a high level, it's great to go over what I think an entrepreneur must have in order to be successful in any sort of business they create, in my opinion. Again, this is how I feel. Agree, disagree, whatever is clever as long as you're successful. Number one is you have to be optimistic, I feel. Of the three necessary traits, the first one I feel is optimistic. You have to be a positive person. Especially as an entrepreneur, the amount of hardship and things you will go through that are out of your control are frequently occurring, and it's important to understand that you will never ever be able to control everything. Running your own business it's incredible. I was actually just talking to my parents about it because they asked how everything was in Hong Kong, and we just had trouble with the deal, closing a deal for our VC firm, and I told her that it's incredible being able to control so many aspects of my life, but that also means it's possible to lose control of those aspects of your life if you're controlling the majority of it. So that being said, it's certainly a roller coaster. I'm never in neutral. I'm never on cruise control. It's normally up with a few speed bumps and maybe a few dips down, but for the most part, perspective is everything, and you have to keep that positive point of view, that positive outlook, and just know that even if this Friday doesn't go well, Saturday is a new day to turn it all around. And I think that's a very important point of view and a very important way to address anything in life. Number two, I say you have to be disciplined. We also say this on our website, The Elevator Life. This is a skill. This is a talent that has to be learned. You're not born with this. You're born naturally with talent, but skills are something you have to learn, and discipline is a skill. To be able to not go out on a weekend with all your friends on a fun vacation, to stay home and work on retargeting ads on Facebook, to go on that business trip with your distributor, for example, like I've had to do, to a second-tier Chinese city instead of being with my family over the holiday. These are all sacrifices you have to make, but you have to be disciplined. This business is your life, and it's part of your life, and it's how you're able to have such a great life, and you have to be able to respect it so much that you pay attention to and you focus on what is most important, which is running a successful business, especially as you're in the growth stages. It is really the difference between average and great. A lot of people can run a business and run it well at 75%, but if you truly want to reach that potential on your next level, then you have to be disciplined. Every successful person in the world, whether they're an athlete, a business owner, anything, they are extremely disciplined and they are able to control, mentally, physically, emotionally themselves very, very well. And this discipline feeds into every other aspect of your life, your business life, your personal life, whatever it is. Being disciplined, make sure that you stay focused and you stay on target and you are making your way towards your goals, which leads right into the third one, again, which is persistent. Persistence is truly, again, equally as important as the first two. The only reason you fail is if you quit. I mean, truly, I failed multiple businesses when I started, and it was seen as a bit ridiculous by my family for over a year. I was trying and trying and trying and failing and failing and failing because I didn't know what I was doing. But I was still persistent because I had no doubt that I would be successful. There was never a question of if; it was always a question of when. And I mean, the saying is, you only have to try one more time than you fail. And if you're that persistent and you're always pushing forward, then you will eventually improve, get smarter, learn from your mistakes, and as long as you do all those things, eventually you start making less mistakes and more, and that's the tipping point when you start to actually grow a business and turn into a successful business owner. So again, entrepreneurship, I mean, these are universal, I believe, for anybody who wants to run their own business and take control of their own life. You definitely have to have these traits. Travis, feel free to interrupt me anytime, by the way, if there's questions popping up or anything.
Sure. Actually, I have one quick question. Well, actually, there's three questions. Where are you from originally, and did you move to China right after college? I guess that's one. And then,
Yeah.
or two, one. And then the second one, how do you be persistent when deals fall through? What do you do? I guess what they're really trying to get at, what do you do to, pull yourself up off the ground and to keep moving forward when you fail?
Yeah, absolutely. The first one, I'm from Oregon, Portland, Oregon, USA, born and raised. Then yes, I came here right after university. I graduated in 2010. The American economy was just coming out of the recession, is still not in the best shape, and I figured why not go to the most opportunistic place in the world, which was China. I studied abroad here for 6 months in Shanghai. I mean, it was growing at about 10% when I was here annually, unheard of. And I thought, why not put myself in the most opportunistic place in the world and try to see what I can get myself into over here. It took a long time, but again, it's all part of the journey. Again, this is another reason why I created Enter China, because I feel the hardship I had to go through is not what everybody has to go through. And although I'd never change anything I've been through, I definitely think I would definitely appreciate cutting some of the time and money that I could have saved if something like Enter China existed. And then that's how I recreated it. And in regards to pushing forward past a failed deal or a failed business, I mean, it really just comes down to the belief that you're learning. Every time I failed, every time I made a mistake, I'd learn from it. I'd write it down. I journal. Actually, that's one of the things I highly recommend. I've journaled for the past 5 years on almost a weekly basis, all about my life, what I'm not doing well, where I'm doing well, what I can improve on. And I never once, I mean, even when I was in a one-bedroom apartment, someone had a mattress at the foot of my bed, I couldn't pay our water bills, and we were taking cold showers in China. I'm talking rock bottom stuff. I never once thought I wouldn't be successful. It's just the true belief that I'm learning. I'm going through the growing pains instead of this was me putting my time in. I didn't put it in time in a corporate situation. I put in time. Actually, the VC firm I'm with, that with now they make fun of it. It's kind of like the education through doing, the school of hard knocks, if you will, and just trying to. Although I'm not, I came from a great family and great childhood, well educated, but I definitely had to learn the hard way how to start a business. And as long as you're maturing and growing from every failure, every mistake you make, you're going in the right direction. If you keep making the same mistake over and over, then you have to kind of readdress that as an individual and figure out, okay, why do I continue to make this mistake and how do I change it? And then, again, a great way to do that is write that down. Put that in your book, put that on your wall, put it on your mirror. What are you having problems with? What keeps coming back? Why do you keep failing? And if you address that personally and you write it down and show yourself you openly admitted it, that it is a problem, then you can start to find the solution for it.
Awesome.
Hopefully that answers the question for persistence. Is there a third one, or am I ready to move to the next slide?
Yeah, we can go to the next slide. Yep.
Awesome. Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to cruise through it. I know there's a lot of content. Yeah, jumping on to the next slide. I know this is an e-commerce summit, so a lot of you, if you're not doing white label products or doing drop shipping or sales on Amazon, then odds are you're creating your own product through product development, which we'll talk about next. But after you have that product developed, you will put it on crowdfunding. I put this here first just so people get a high-level understanding of it. Crowdfunding, most revolutionary business model there is today, period. There has never been a better time to start a business. There's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur. This is incredible because it's a young business model and it continues to grow. It continues to optimize. More and more platforms become available, and to be able to take $5,000 to $10,000 these days, or even $1,000 to $5,000 depending on the product, put it on a global platform, get free press, free marketing, free market feedback, essentially, and ask, who wants this product? You're asking the world, and if you get good feedback, boom, validated, move forward. If you don't, if it fails, then there's a few reasons it will fail. But if it's not successful, look at the Coolest Cooler, for example, failed the first time. He didn't do his research, he didn't do his prep work, and then he failed, and he learned from his mistakes. He came back, and then he knocked it out of the park with 13-something million or something crazy. It's insane just to see, that he had to come back and do it again. So that just goes to prove his idea wasn't the failure, his approach was where he failed. And with my VC firm, we have secured massive 7-figure investments and valuations for all of our teams, but we will still put them through crowdfunding because the invaluable insight and information you receive from crowdfunding, priceless. It's essential. And the 3 keys to success. Number 1 is going to be research. Depending on the platform, the 2 heavyweights like Kickstarter and Indiegogo. Are there campaigns similar to yours? Are there products similar to yours? Can you do a cross promotion with them? Can you reach out to these other entrepreneurs and ask for advice, ask for help? Crowdfunding is an incredible community, and it's very, very supportive. So I absolutely suggest that if you want to launch a product or launch a business, crowdfunding is the way to go, even if you don't need the capital. We've actually poached a lot of teams because they had old school investors who, thought traditional distribution was the way to go about it and buying out billboards and marketing ads and TV ads and all that space. And that is an old business model, an old way of doing business compared to what you can do today through crowdfunding, digital marketing, retargeting pixels, everything like that. It's just, it's just the new age of doing business. And you have to, by research, I simply mean, what do people like? Have you researched the top 10 successful campaigns in your space? Was it a professional video? Was it an amateur video? I mean, most importantly, are you connecting to your audience? Are you being genuine in your video? It is very clear, are you comfortable? If you're not if you're uncomfortable on camera, people watching you are uncomfortable. It's just like public speaking. That shines through. Be who you are, be comfortable with your audience, and be comfortable with the product, and bring value. As long as you're providing a valuable product and you believe you've done the best you can, and it's a necessary need in the market, odds are you'll be successful. It's all about, coming in, learning about it, and it's just like anything. You can't expect to show up and be an expert. You have to do your research, you have to get educated, and even if you learn, or even if you try and you fail, you will have learned something from those failures. So it's important to always learn as much as possible. And I mean, majority of campaigns fail, but then many of them, the ones who are persistent, they'll learn from their mistakes, they'll come back, and then they'll be successful. I mean, Inside Enter China, we have a guide. It's called How to Launch a Six-Figure Product Business. And our community, it's a 50-page guide with 3 different interviews from people who have all launched campaigns. And this guide is 100% on crowdfunding, which just goes to prove it is a recipe. And this takes us to my next point. It's all about the preparation. It's all about learning as much as possible, because 70 to 80% of the work is in the prep. If you're trying to start reaching out to media, if you're reaching out to your network, if you're trying to start marketing after your campaign's already started, it's too late. This is all in the prep. You are already reaching out to press. You have your press kit. You are already figured out. Your friends, your family, everybody you've ever met knows you're launching a product. Your entire e-commerce website has its opt-in ready to go with your launch date, and surrounding your product, what it's going to be. Eventually you leak out, you build that email list, you leak it out, you have your Facebook page, generating some ads to it and traffic to your page and ultimately to your web page, and then your campaign when it's live. It's all about the planning and the preparation, because once it's live, then it goes into managing your customers, managing your backers, and it's a very full-time, high resource consuming in regards to time, I guess, job while you're running the campaign. And a lot of people don't understand how important the prep work is. They just throw up a project on crowdfunding and say, hey, who wants this? And of course, if there's so many projects going on to crowdfunding today, if you don't have a good amount of traffic already built up, if you don't have a good amount of awareness around your product that you're launching, and it's time to, when it is and people are following it, then how are you going to get them there afterwards? You have to have this prepped and ready to go, and people have to be anxious and ready for it. And that of course is all in the pre-marketing before the campaign. And then understand is the third point. Quite simply, what are you getting from crowdfunding? It is much more than just capital. And by that I mean you're getting live feedback from where is there high demand for your product. You're getting live feedback on what's missing from your product. That's what's great, is backers are able to tell you, hey, you should do this, or what about this color? And if you get this request enough times, or you're told that so for example, we put 3 watches up, and one of them is 60% of the sales. All right, and one of them has less than 5%. All right, it's pretty clear there is no demand for this watch. So we made 3 samples, and what that means is that, okay, good to know, we're getting rid of this one. There's less than 5% of the global market's even looking at it for this campaign. Then there's no reason to do a production run of 1,000 watches when we should do 1,000 watches, or 2,000 watches of the one who's doing 60%, because that's obviously the heavy favorite right now. You're able to also gauge a lot of distribution interests, which is incredible, because a lot of global distributors are looking for products on these crowdfunding sites. You'd be surprised how many people come, how many distributors come and swoop up products from these crowdfunding websites. It's incredible. And again, the exposure in the media, it just validates who you are. It validates your idea, and it's a global marketing machine. And you get to test if your idea is good, and if it is, and you get successfully funded, then you got yourself a business. It should never be just about the capital. You should always be focused on crowdfunding is just the first step, and a successful campaign is only the first step, because then the real work begins of a production run and building this business into a real business. And it's the funnest game in the world. And any questions on crowdfunding, or are we good to move on?
We actually have a few on crowdfunding. Can I run a cross campaign on Kickstarter and Indiegogo at the same time?
Okay. At the same time, I believe at the same time you can, but would I? No. I'd potentially think about stacking them if I were you. Say 2 weeks on one platform, 2 weeks on the other. They're fundamentally different platforms, and they're different audiences. And I think it's important to understand and figure out which audience is your product for. Is it for the Indiegogo type audience, or is it for the Kickstarter type of audience? And after you define that, of course, you're able to go campaign one from one platform to the other. That's no problem, and you'll be able to clean up maybe a wider range of people. We've never done that. Crowdfunding's never been for the capital for us. We just want to validate the idea. So I'll put it up for 30 days. I'm sure you could do 20 and 20 or 15 and 15. Again, I've never tried it, but yes, you're able to do it.
Gotcha. What are the most common Kickstarter mistakes you've seen, and what can we do to make sure we don't fall into those traps?
Absolutely. The most common mistake we see, again, is no preparation. There's, again, a lot of people just think they can put up a quick little video and a quick little sales pitch, and then they put it out and it'll just naturally get found. And that couldn't be further from the truth. It's all about the clout that you're building towards your campaign, and the attention it receives. And the more attention it receives, the algorithms on both the websites will pick it up as, in Indiegogo they call it the go-go factor, and I'm not sure what they call it on Kickstarter. But it's an algorithm that shows, all right, if there's a lot of outside traffic, if there's a lot of links, sharing on social media going on, etc., then they'll put it in their popular section. They'll move it towards the front of the page. They'll see that there's a high amount of activity going to this campaign, and that's exactly what you need, because without that, the odds of you being seen, and I mean, think about anybody listening. How often do you go to the second page of Google? How often do you go to the third page of Google, and looking for results? I mean, I don't I don't normally ever even look past the first 5 or 6, to be honest. And that's true for crowdfunding as well. So many campaigns are going on at one time that if you put it out there and you don't at least cause a little ripple of attention, you're going to fall into the nosebleed seats in regards to position on the website, and no one's going to be able to see your site. And if you haven't prepped your network to help you share the word, if you haven't done a thunderclap campaign, which means everybody puts their information into that, and then when you hit share, it spreads throughout everybody's social media network. Thunderclap. If you're doing crowdfunding, make sure you write that down. Thunderclap. It's incredibly effective. Getting everybody to share their information, and then it pretty much gives you the ability to promote. They give you the ability to promote on their social networks through their username, I believe. You can do it once or a limited amount of times. Again, it just comes down to exposure, and it's your 2.5-minute sales pitch of the world, and you have to think about it exactly like that. I mean, you don't need a professional video. We've done every one of our videos in-house. Every campaign we worked on, in-house. It's just simply because it's nice, it's well received, it's thought out, and you have to figure out what in your pitch, what are you solving or what are you selling? And if you can't even clearly address that yourself, then it's going to be a big problem to try and convince others to buy your product if you don't even know what you're trying to sell. So yeah, prep. Yeah.
Piggybacking off of prep, what are some of your standard prep tasks for new clients?
Piggybacking off of prep, 100% you're going to need presence on all social media, Instagram. Well, okay, in order, I would like to say, if you're not going to go, again, PR is essential. Also, I know it's expensive. We never used it, and that's why campaigns may die over time, is because you're going to need that outside links from media. But piggybacking off of prep, absolutely get a presence on the major social media platforms and start building a brand. And I don't mean photos of your product. I mean lifestyle shots, information about your niche, about your space, cool interviews, cool articles, anything that's related and starts gaining traction. Instagram can be cool photos, Facebook can be cool articles you share, cool posts, requesting people to like your page, and it's all about building that presence before the campaign. engaging with your relative audience. And during the campaign, I absolutely recommend that you run some ad campaigns on Facebook. Highly effective, gaining traffic, whether you want likes, whether you're looking for opt-ins, you're able to choose all that on Facebook. And Facebook is incredible right now. It's not going to be like this forever, but it is right now. And being able to get leads on there for a couple cents on the dollar to your campaign page, and if you're able to track conversions, it's incredible.
Now, would you send your Facebook, when you do a Facebook ad, would you send the potential target to your website directly, or would you send them more so to the fan page to get the likes, to get the engagement?
Well, I would do the ads from the fan page actually. So I'd build the
Okay.
presence on, and then you go to those related groups, which you're also able to target, and then you can do two things. You can send them to the home page, which when they go to the home page, they have to do the opt-in for the email, or the opt-in will pop up 10 seconds later, let's say, and then quick tagline, boom, they sign in, and then the link can go to the Kickstarter, or you could send them direct to the Kickstarter. The second one, I'm not sure I recommend because you can't trace the traffic or the conversions from it, and you don't get to lock in the email addresses. But again, it's all about testing and figuring out. Testing, and retesting every day. You should go to them every day, look at them, revamp them, and figure it out.
Awesome.
Yep. And anything else on crowdfunding, or good to go?
Oh, we're good to go.
Awesome. All right, talking about product development. This one is perhaps my favorite thing to discuss, simply because, like crowdfunding, revolutionized the space, what's available today through 3D printing, through Alibaba, through the globalized world and the accessibility of manufacturing. Three questions you got to ask yourself. Fundamentally, number one, how am I improving on and or changing what's available in the market? And this is vital to think about because this is the point of product development. What are you changing? What are you improving? You can't put out things that are already existing. You have to at least in some way, shape, or form improve or change what's available in the market. You don't have to be the most creative person in the world. You just have to think of what's next, what hasn't been done yet. The founder of Under Armour believes this as well, and I actually saw it in a speech of his where he says you have to readily improve upon what's out in the market today. And I think that is spot on for all product development. If you can answer this question and it's genuine and you mean it, then you're on the right path. Number two, what do I want out of this business? You need to define this before you even start to think of ideas. What type of lifestyle do you want to provide? Do you want a nice side business, or is this something you plan to send your kids to college with, for example? Those are very different businesses, and you also have to choose a product that can fit in to this business model. It reflects and the product has to reflect a market that matches what you want from the business. So essentially, if it's a mass consumer product, then you're able to build a real large scale business. Maybe it's, for example, with us, men's accessories or watches, laptop or phone cases, things that are widely used, widely understood, and widely consumed. Now, if you're going after, let's say, I don't know, clarinet cases or flute case, something that's very, very niche down, that is not a widely consumed product, and you have to understand inherently you will reach your ceiling in your business. And not to say millions of people don't play the clarinet, and eventually it could turn into a multi-million-dollar business, but you're also looking at, one, you have to figure out, you have to define the niche and how big / how small do you want it to be, and this will really tell you what type of business you need to think about building. If the niche is too small, you're gonna have a much harder time reaching that higher level. But again, if it's too big, then you're gonna have a ton of that competition from much bigger players. So you have to find your perfect sweet spot of what you're looking for and able to figure out what you want to get out of this business and how you're going to get it. And then lastly, what is your strategy? Again, are you revolutionizing the market? Are you completely disrupting it? Something the world's never seen before? Or are you going to do as one of my friends and entrepreneurs I believe is incredibly smart, Dan Andrews from Tropical MBA says, are you going to rip, pivot, jam? And what he means by that is, you take it, you pivot, you kind of move it, change just a little, and then jam, you slam dunk. I think the perfect example of this is the first project I ever worked on, Original Grain Watches with Ryan Beltran, one of my best friends in San Diego now, running a huge lifestyle brand, Original Grain, the first wood and steel watches. We saw that. He killed it, murdered it. 400,000, nearly $400,000 in 1 month on a strictly hardware watch product. Incredible. We saw that. We said, okay, that was awesome. What is the next pivot point from there? Stone. Stone. That's a great idea. So we started looking to stone watches. 6 months later, launched ours, and yeah, out came the Lexel watch, which was 222,000 or something like that. Again, we didn't reinvent the wheel. We saw a good idea. We saw how we could change and or improve it, and we got a slam dunk. And this also will help you determine how much effort and energy you have to go into preparing your new product. If you don't want to spend a year in R&D, then you should probably move to the rip, pivot, jam model. If you have the time and the money to spend, then you can create whatever the heck you want. It'll just take you a lot longer, and you have to go through the iterations and figure out how to educate the market on why it's a need or why it hasn't been available yet. Again, these all come down to things you should think about before you develop this product or before you develop this business. Any questions?
Actually, I have a few questions. Are there any legal ramifications for Rip Pivot Jam? I ask because on our last summit, one of our viewers had a question about they wanted to create, I forgot what the product was, but they wanted to create product XYZ. And it was extremely similar to product 123, except it had a few different nuances to it. So they were basically scared to, take that first step in creating a prototype, finding a viable manufacturer, etc. So, what's the, I guess you say, what's the box we should be in when we try to do Rip Pivot Jam, so we don't get in trouble with a larger entity?
Yeah, well, I mean, fundamentally, it comes down to the product, right? It's if you're just taking something that has already been made and your original grain comes out wood and steel watches, right? And if I come out and I just switch the name and the brand on it, I'm stealing his product. It's not, it's not different. It's not different by any means. If you're switching, but if you're redesigning it, if you're changing it, then it's fair. Again, this is a gray area, and it comes down to the, I guess, honesty of the entrepreneur. Are you trying to piggyback on someone else's idea, or are you actually trying to provide real value and improve upon what's there? And if you're trying to provide value and improve, then then the market will move with you. If you're just simply trying to piggyback and make some quick sales and step in on his market until he or her steps back over and takes back over the niche or gets involved and you get in trouble with them, then I mean, you're going about this business the wrong way. It's all about building something again that is. I feel inherently people will know if you're doing something, if you're actually creating something, or if you're just kind of stealing an idea, more or less, if that makes any sense. Just because it's, I don't know. I don't think I think the way you look at projects or the way you look at building a business is something you want to sustain long term. It's not just a short term thing. And so you should have the stages planned out and the ideas and the products planned out. And if it's much too similar to someone else's idea, then perhaps you haven't innovated it enough, or else it's kind of a cluttered market. I have to be honest. It's going to be a case by case basis, depending on the product and what you're building and the space you're going after.
Gotcha. Totally makes sense. Another question: are you guys passionate about watches, or are these just products that you figured they'll be easy for you guys to be successful in?
Tim, business partner, very passionate about watches, big fan, and I mean, overall, men's accessories in general, such as laptop cases, leather bags, stuff that's high quality, and we're expanding into that with Vincero. And not only, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm like, I definitely have a watch collection. It's not like I'm a connoisseur, but I feel watches are the one thing that men will have a few of. And because of this, it was a smart choice because it's true. Most guys I know will have more than one watch, and it's the closest thing. I mean, this may sound a bit ridiculous, but it's like the accessory that men will have that they care about, right? I mean, look at all the different watch brands that are out there. I mean,
Right.
necklaces, no; bracelets, not really. I see wallets and I see watches, but I see watches with much more, and shoes. And they're these high consumer products for men. And because of that, we thought it was a reasonable market to go into.
Totally makes sense. And you might honestly have another question. I think you're going to cover it later on, but it's around more so about manufacturing,
Hmm.
testing your product, version one, two, three, four, et cetera. But I believe you're going to cover that later on, correct?
Awesome. Yeah, I'm going into manufacturing right now.
Uh, there we go. There we go. We'll save it for later then.
Perfect, perfect, perfect. Yes, and then last and not least, uh, the beast of them all, if you're developing a product, it would be manufacturing in China. Oh, man, this is a topic I consult on a regular basis. And again, we have a blueprint for this inside Enter China as well, because this is something, there isn't a science for it, as much as of a strict science like there is for crowdfunding, but there's definitely do's and don'ts. And I'm going to run through some of those tips right now. Number one, the perfect porridge recipe. This is from Peter Keller, a friend of ours who's also interviewed in our blueprint guide in Enter China. And what he means by this is, I'm sure everybody's read the book about Goldilocks and the Three Bears, I think it is. But not too small, not too big, just right, or not too hot, not too cold, just right. What it means is finding that factory that is the perfect match for you. So if that factory is too large and you wanna work with them, you'll always be at the back of the line. There's always going to be a bigger client, a bigger order who is generating more revenue and more profit than you. So you aren't going to be too high on their priority list. They will happily shove you behind another large scale order. If it's too small, then you run into the problem of scaling up. And ultimately, everybody's goal is to grow. And if you get one where you're already at this factory's capacity, that is not a very smart long term play, because if you grow your business as you should about 6 months to 12 months down the road, you are going to have to, hopefully, you're going to have to start to do the entire due diligence practice again for manufacturers in China. And this is a headache. And so you have to find that one where you're not at, when you're right above that MOQ level, I would like to say, minimum order quantity, they're happy with your orders, but it's nothing that you're pushing them to the limit, and then you're able to scale and grow with them. But if you're trying to nickel and dime and squeeze it out of them, then they might be a bit too big for you. Number two, the Chinese, yes. Quite simply, if you're in manufacturing or any business in China, you will never hear no. The word no, I swear, doesn't exist. And this is simply because they don't want to lose face, their mianzi, their respect, their honor, if you will. No one ever wants to admit they can't do something in China. No one will ever say, no, we're unable to do this. You always hear yes, 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 and then you show up to pick up your product and it's a big old no. And this has happened to countless friends and entrepreneur friends of mine, from purchase orders of 100 to 50,000 units, and it's terrible. And they all have to learn this the hard way. Well, until now, because you should know about it, because you have to understand. that you'll need a presence in the factory to make sure things are going, whether it's quality control, whether it's someone you hire out for sourcing, whatever it is. The Chinese yes is universal throughout. That's their business culture. That's how they do things. And their business and personal culture, you'll never hear no. So you just have to be very, very aware of that. Number three, defining your scope. Are you white labeling products? Are you taking, you know, V-neck t-shirts and just putting your tag in them? Cool, no problem, not too hard. Are you making a new mold? Are you completely revamping or changing the way a new product that this factory's never done before? You have to be able to do all this research and make sure you figure out if this is the right factory for you based off your scope. If this factory is good at working with new products, for example, or product development, is familiar in your space, then it's smart to go with them if you're looking to develop a new product. If you're looking for a factory that just makes t-shirts, great t-shirts, and all you need is t-shirts with your tag, then you would use them, but you wouldn't stay at that factory if you're trying to innovate t-shirts to a new material or a new design, because that's not what they're good at. They're good at doing one thing. They're not going to be good at innovating. So you're going to have to be. Everybody knows China's great at copying, but innovating is their weakest point. It's getting much stronger, but they fundamentally are not good at problem solving, figuring things out. So that really leads to the last point, which is the less the factory has to do, the better. Again, this is still a developing country, well, not Hong Kong, but mainland China, and it has its own way of doing things, and you won't be able to change it, and you have to figure out how to make them do as little as possible. I mean, truly, I can't even tell you the amount of iterations and samples I had to go through to get a logo on an iPhone case from 9 millimeters from the bottom to 11 millimeters from the bottom. I sent them direct pictures, I sent them drawings, I sent them images, but like images drawn on with where the line is and where it should be, and it still gets lost in communication. No matter what you think is incredibly simple, for Westerners to understand, in China, it gets lost in communication. It's truly, I mean, the joke is that you ask for 1,000 blue shirts and you get 1,000 red ones and they don't know what went wrong. Legitimately, that is something that could potentially happen. There's a miscommunication and no one wants to take the responsibility for that miscommunication, so they just push it forward, and before you know it, you have a product that you never asked for or wanted. Then it comes down to negotiations and working with the Chinese people and figuring out how to problem solve with them, which is a whole new laundry list of issues. But most importantly, don't get mad, because if you start screaming and get mad, it shows immaturity. You take their face, you take their honor and their respect, and that is a very surefire way to get nothing done. To absolutely stay away from that. I wasn't even planning to say that at the end, but it's very true. Don't get mad at them, because that will get you nowhere. And that wraps it up for the tips, unless there's any questions on that.
Oh yeah, there are definitely some questions. Best way to find the right factory if you're not in China.
Absolutely. Everybody knows like China Sources, or not everybody, excuse me. There's websites like China Sources or Alibaba where you're going to find tens of thousands of factories. And it's important for us to understand that everybody on Alibaba is kind of puffing up their chest. A lot of them are agents. They aren't factories themselves. So it's very, very important to first determine, do you need the factory and want to work directly with them, or do you want an agent to help represent you? They're great if they're good and they're worth their value. It's really important to determine this from the get-go. Quite simply, the hiring out someone for quality control or hiring out companies to help you source. For example, like in Enter China, we have countless members who source, and then they help people who are based abroad complete their projects, and they do member discounts, and it's all about building your network and knowing the right people in sourcing. Being able to find a company who will help you again, do your production run and oversee your logistics and make sure it gets out on time is incredibly important. And some people charge a retainer up front, and then they'll charge a percentage of the purchase order. And it's so funny to me how people aren't willing to pay for the security. I mean, with all the horror stories about China, and there's an option to have someone look over your production run, give it the okay based on your standards, and ship it out for you for a percentage of your purchase order and a small upfront retainer in the scheme of things. I've seen people do $250,000 orders and want to bypass the quality control option, which was, like a couple of $1,000 plus, it was like 10% of the PO. They forego it because they think it's not necessary. They checked out the beginning of the production run. They leave for the last 80%, and their product's completely wrong. And now they're in the hole because they promised their client something that they don't have, and the factory doesn't think they did anything wrong. And it's just a slippery, slippery slope. So again, you have to focus on preemptive measures, which absolutely include a sourcing agent or a sourcing agent or a quality control company. Or you can even, again, part-time staff in China, incredibly cheap. I'm talking, $500 a month for an entry-level assistant you have to be able to train them and educate them on what you're looking for and the quality you look for. And once they understand this, if they're overseeing your production runs, again, you're covering your bases as well as you can without actually being here. And it has to be understood, Apple, Walmart, Nike, these factories are conglomerates of thousands and thousands of people. That's why these products don't get messed up. They've been manufacturing for decades. But when you come out here and you're trying to make your first product and your first couple thousand units and all this and all that, and you have no idea what's going on, it gets very rough because you don't know what manufacturers to trust. You don't know how the quality they've produced. Everybody makes a great sample, but how about the production run? These are all reasons you have to have something in place unless you're doing, again, a very simple white label product. But if you're doing anything custom or anything product development, you absolutely have to have some type of preventative measure in place.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Makes sense. To go back to that question from earlier, on average, how many prototypes should I go through in creating my product? In my opinion, it all depends on if you get it right the first time. But since you're the expert, I'll let you answer.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I feel if you're working exclusively with a Chinese factory, it all depends on how much you can give them. If you give them a ready product that you want, a prototype you made, it'll still honestly take, I want to say, 2 to 3 iterations based off of what you're looking for. Again, we created concepts out of thin air or redesigned concepts out of thin air, and they still, I mean, that takes more iterations, but even if you give them a perfect example of what you're looking for, it will still take them a little bit to figure out themselves how to create it because they haven't created it in their factory yet, right? So it will take them, maybe they'll make one and it won't be exactly right, but they'll think it is, and you have to tell them what's wrong and how to change it. So yeah, I'd say 2 to 3 iterations should be fair of moving through the process of getting the perfect prototype. And then once you have it, they know how to make it. Then it comes down to production runs and making sure those production runs go off with as little problems as possible.
Gotcha. I'm gonna, since we're coming up to the top of the hour, I have 3 questions for you, really quick. The first one goes back to the crowdfunding. I read the 4-hour work week hacking Kickstarter where the guy made $100K in 10 days. Is that an anomaly, or is that the standard if you do all the right preparation?
I mean, this depends on the product, right? This absolutely depends. I mean, our first campaign, we did 100,000 in 72 hours. Our second one, we did 100,000 in 96 hours. So, I mean, it's absolutely possible, but this, again, depends on the product you're promoting and selling. If your niche is too small and you don't have a very wide audience, it just comes down to a numbers game, and that all comes down to the research of the business owner. Is this a widely, highly consumable product that I can see a lot of people owning? Again, I bring it back to a cell phone case versus a clarinet case. The amount of people who have a new iPhone case are tens of millions. The amount of people who are looking for a new musical instrument case, I mean, I have no idea, but I know it's less than a smartphone. And and absolutely, if you do the prep right and you do all the correct steps, then there's no doubt you can raise a lot of money very quickly. And as I said, everybody in our community has done six figures on their campaign. A speaker, a belt, watches. It all comes down to the right prep and making sure things are taken care of. If, for example, with the speaker, I'm looking at it right now. If this speaker, if you have addressed everyone, if you spent 3 to 6 months prepping the entire, everybody you could ever potentially reach out to in your network, and then focused groups who like Bluetooth speakers, then odds are you're going to have a huge email list prepped and ready to go. And there is a recipe for email list to successful campaign. I mean, they literally have one on Crowd, like, well, they don't provide it, but there is a recipe that you have in regards to prep. And, you know, if you launch, let's say, with 20,000 email lists, and you have to work backwards. If your goal is 100,000, excuse me, I'm terrible at math, but if your goal is 100,000, let's make it simple, and you want to make, and your product costs $100, then, and the average opening rate and conversion rate of email list is 5%, then if you do the math that way, you can build backwards from the goal that you need to how many people should be on your email list before you launch this product. That was just a complete example. I don't even know how the numbers work, but that's just a conversation I've had with one of the crowdfunding platforms themselves, actually. So there's definitely a recipe to it. It just comes down to, again, prep, prep, prep.
Gotcha. Another question, finding the right material. I have a prototype. It works just like I want it to work. However, I may want to change some of the material in it. I don't have any sourcing background or manufacturing background, so I'm not sure what material to use. Should I just use Google?
I mean, I have no idea what the product is or what the material is. I
Gotcha.
think I think this is easy to do some market research in your space and on your niche and figure out what is in demand for your product. I have no idea what it is, but I mean, there's going to be obvious things you should and shouldn't use. Cost-wise, they're going to be different: metal versus plastic versus silicone. I have no idea. Again, it's hard for me to answer this, but what I would say is look into your space and see what competition analysis is quite simple. See what's missing, see what's commonly used, see if there's an improvement or if there's consumers asking or demanding something, and yeah, go from there. Market research.
Totally makes sense. And then the last one, this actually was a question from our first summit that we had. I guess you could say this is the only complaint that we had about the summit. Basically, she asked, I want to know how the speaker failed and how they bounced back from that particular failure. Because basically a lot of what we heard last time, or guys, like for instance, we had Peter Keller on, etc., and they were just, they're telling about the good times, and what they're doing, etc., hitting their numbers. She wants to know how, the bad stuff that happened and how they bounced back from that. So do you have an example?
I mean, goodness. Yeah, man. I mean, I was broke in a poor country. It doesn't get much worse than that. I was eating the food that the construction workers were eating who were building, the strip mall across from me. It just, again, if you truly believe, you can't fake your true feelings about yourself and where you're going. I mean, I wake up every morning knowing where I'm going, what I need to do, and I know I'm on the way there. This, again, journaling, I look back. I've looked back at what I wrote 2 years ago. I was doing it today. From January, I was a few days off. It was like January 24th, 2012. And my goal for the end of that year was to be moved to Hong Kong. And I mean, of course, I missed it. I was 2 years late, but I still got here is the point. And there has to be that fundamental belief in yourself that you will be successful. It is 100% a perspective and a mindset. You the way to bounce back is to just not accept failure. Failure is always going to be there, and you will always be able to choose it. It is so easy to give up, to not get out of bed, to hit a speed bump, to be out of your comfort zone and just want to stop and give in and go back to what you already know. But if you go back to what you already know, you will never know your true potential of what you could have been. And it's just so important to always ask yourself, what are you doing this for and why do you want to do it? And I had multiple conversations with Tim on a weekly basis. He'd come into my room and he'd be like, we're not leaving until we're successful. I said, I know, there's no doubt. And I have no doubt and we're going to be successful. We've been growing, we've been improving, but you just have to believe that you will reach your goals. And if you truly believe that, if you have without a shadow of a doubt, then other people will believe it. And there's nothing better than if you being confident in yourself and other people being confident in you, that spread, that messaging, that power, that intangible spreads to your consumers, your customers, them, realizing you're delivering something really of value and moving it forward. Again, sorry, this is a very personal topic to me, and I'd love to explore it more, but we're out of time. But again, belief in yourself, that's really it. And success is the only option. If that's what you believe, then you can do nothing but be successful.
Awesome. Well, Nick, I appreciate you jumping on and taking a little bit of your Friday night to come talk to us. It's still early over there. It's like what, 10 o'clock, so you can still go out and have a good time.
And Hong Kong doesn't really get started till about midnight. So yeah, I'm actually pretty cool. I'm gonna shoot.
All right, yeah, you're good.
I'll shoot a few more emails and then I'll make my way out.
Awesome, man. Well, I'll definitely thank you. I appreciate it, and we'll be in touch, man. Once this is complete, I'll shoot you the link to the video of the recording in case you want to send it out to any of your subscribers or anything like that. But thank you, Nick. I really do appreciate it.
I would absolutely love that. Again, anybody, please reach out to us. Enterchina.co. We have a free ebook about business in China, including all this stuff. Elevator Life, hundreds of videos about business in China. Feel free to check it out. Shoot an email. We're easy to reach. And if you're serious about business, then we'll see it and you'll do something about it. So thanks for listening and talk to you all soon.
All right. Later, man.
Later.
All right, guys, that was Nick Ramil with the Elevator Life and Enterchina.co. Hopefully, you guys got a lot out of that session. I certainly did. Again, as you guys know, there will be a recording. Once this is complete. So be on the lookout for the recording. Next up, our next speaker will be joining us here shortly. So you guys just hang tight. Or if you want to take a quick break, go to the restroom, get some water, get some breakfast, go ahead, and we'll be starting over here again here shortly. Thanks, guys.
Hi there, how's it going?
Hello. Good evening.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. You have perfect timing. Our last speaker just left.
Okay, great.
Yeah, he's actually in Hong Kong, so he was like, yeah, I think I'm gonna go out now.
Great.
All right. Well, we're gonna go ahead and I told everyone to go get a little, some water or whatever. So we're gonna just kick it off here in probably like 2 minutes.
Okay.
This is probably gonna be like kind of like a TED Talk, except a tad bit more interactive. There's a Q&A box. I don't know if you can see it on your side. I can see it on my side. So as the questions pour in, I'll just relay them to you, and we'll go like that.
Okay, and so what do I do? Do you want me to share my screen or?
Yeah, yeah. If you want to share your screen, if you have a presentation you want to go through, that'd be awesome. And you can just share your screen, and we'll just follow along. And as the questions come in, I'll either ask them at the end of the presentation, or I can ask them during the presentation, whatever you like.
Okay, sounds good.
Awesome. Give people about 60 more seconds. So how was your flight over to Tokyo?
Oh, I'm exhausted. I'm super jet lagged.
I appreciate you jumping on. Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, it's a little harder than I expected.
I flew to Spain a while back, and I thought I was exhausted from that. I can only imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little intense. Anyways, yeah, glad I could join.
All right, well, we're going to go ahead and kick it off. Hey, guys, this is Travis. We have Luna Vega with us now. She's a digital marketer mastermind, an international brand developer. Luna has run campaigns for Fortune 500 companies, has done countless branding consults, and she basically ensures that your vision is tactfully implemented. She's not one of those brand specialists that just takes pictures of your product and puts it out there and hopes for the best. She actually has a strategy and a plan for your brand. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Luna. And Luna, floor is yours.
Hi guys. Hi guys. Well, thanks for joining me today. I'm really excited to be here. And yeah, I actually, how do I share my screen? I'm not sure.
There is a button that's probably on your left-hand side. If you move your cursor over there, it's green. It's called Screen Share.
Let me see. I haven't used Google Hangout in a while. Eee. Got it.
There, you just share your whole screen.
Okay. Hmm. Okay, do you see my screen?
Oh yeah, we're good.
All right, great. Well, welcome, guys. Glad everyone could make it. So, yeah, I mean, essentially, yes, I'm a digital marketing consultant based in New York City. I'm actually currently in Tokyo doing some additional research about the Asian market. But yeah, I mean, essentially, by 2015, um, there's an estimated like 50,000 or so consumers that are buying on a global scale. So essentially what's happening is that a lot of e-commerce businesses out there are just thinking too small when it comes to the growth opportunities and going global. So a lot of different things are happening. One of them is that a lot of brands are forced to go international from a really early stage through pre-sales and Kickstarters for by customers themselves who are really interested in specific products and often ask these very specific brands to bring them in an international setting. So so value really has no border. If you have a product that is desirable by your specific audience, chances are people will want to buy from you. So how can you do that? So there's a couple specific ways. So first, there's like common misconceptions, if you will, as to what it is, what expanding globally really means. One is that it's costs a lot of money. So yes, there are some costs involved because you need to target your message specifically to all the different demographics you're interested in targeting to, but at the same rate, there's cost-effective ways to do so. Second, expanding internationally requires a local customer base. That is not entirely true. And then the third one is my local market is big enough for my business. Unfortunately, these days, you really have to think in a global setting to really think about the specific niche that really resonates with your specific product. And then the last one is that there's no need for marketing until my product is launched. You really want to start marketing really early on, and like I mentioned earlier, have pre-sales page or even Kickstarter pages to really start telling the story and really also see whether or not there's a need for the specific product that that you're planning on going to market with. So communities are the new countries. Interest is what brings people together. Two great case studies that I love to bring up. One of them is SoundCloud. So SoundCloud is actually was started by two Swedish guys who moved to Berlin, and they were already embedded with the music, electronic music industry, and so they really sought a need to sort of grow their network based on the community they already had established. So their community was mainly present in Europe and different countries of Europe, but from their network, they slowly were able to grow from a global scale. So why were they able to do that? Because they essentially knew specifically who their market were. They started specifically with electronic music DJs, and then they grew from there. So it's really important when you're interested in growing your brand internationally to really be niched, extremely niche from the very get-go, and understand who that specific community is, and not try to have too many communities, or not try to reach too many communities at once, and then expand from there. Another great example that I love to bring up is Black Milk Clothing. So Black Milk Clothing is an e-commerce business that's specialized specifically in selling leggings for women. They're based in Brisbane, Australia, and the way they grew is that they started strictly by having a Tumblr page where they were testing out different types of leggings with their demographic, which are, you know, fashion women, women in the fashion industry that are anywhere from 13 to 21, and they were essentially getting their feedback on what they liked and disliked, and collaborating almost with them to see what resonated with them. So once they had all that information, they launched their e-commerce sites, and since they already had an audience that was international, because they used Tumblr to do that, they were able to reach that audience, or they were able to sell from the very beginning. So it's really important to really know who your community is. If you haven't launched your product yet, start marketing from day one and start testing to see whether or not there's a specific need for that product. So targeting a niche and going global from day one. So that's what I already mentioned. I mean, essentially, SoundCloud is a great example of that. They targeted their niche and really thought globally from day one. I feel like a lot of brands are so focused in their local markets that they forget that whatever they are bringing to the market might translate into an international sense. So obviously, like, essentially the key is solving a problem for a specific niche, and you'll grow from there, because if your product is exactly what that specific niche has been wanting for, it'll spread like wildfire. So essentially, it's just really thinking about how to have something that will captivate that specific audience. Like, really, that's the key. So it goes back to branding, having something that will really resonate, and telling a story as well that's compelling. I mean, I loved bringing back the point again of Black Milk Clothing. What really made them resonate was the fact that the owner and founder of the company really had a really compelling story. His story was that, you know, he started out of his garage, didn't really know much about fashion, started testing with different fabrics, and was collaborating with these young girls on Tumblr to get a sense of what worked and what didn't, and really was learning as he went along. So it really compelled a lot of other individuals in the fashion industry, and really sort of gave them hope that they could too sort of be part of that process. So really, it's just like trying to be authentic and really transparent with that audience, and having a conversation with them from day one. Another great example, actually, I interviewed the owner of Beard Brand a couple weeks ago, and he had a similar story in which he started with his blog from the very onset. So he went to a couple beard beard competition and started sort of getting himself embedded within the community, had a blog that had a decent amount of traffic. Because of it, he was reached out by New York Times, who did a story about a specific blog, and that's when he announced at that very specific moment that he was launching his e-commerce site. So from the very beginning, he was also able to grab the interest of a global audience. And even though it's taking them a little bit more time than they originally anticipated, they now are selling their product in Europe, and they're more specifically targeting the UK. So here's a kind of like global overview, and I'll go through this quickly. But essentially, you know, I think it's just really easy to just get stuck as far as thinking strictly locally. But it's really important to think about all the social worth, if you will. So there's actually more social media user in Asia, the Middle East, and Africa than there is in North America. I mean, if you see this number, North America has 181 million social media users versus Asia, which has 777 and 209 million for the Middle East and Africa. So these numbers, I mean, are huge. Obviously, there's some consideration that not the entire population speaks English. You're going to have to translate your brand and localize in some aspects. But I mean, if you're just to reach all the English-speaking segment of each of these specific countries, you're already sort of embedding your brand, and it's giving you momentum to be able to go in and localize from there. So really think about the influencers and the influencer of each specific countries first, and then expand from there. So again, I mean, the Asian and African markets have the highest projected increase in social media and mobile adoption. So the numbers that I showed you are continuing to increase. And so something that's really important, and I'm sure you're hearing this over and over again, for your e-commerce site, it's extremely important to be mobile and tablet optimized. So responsive design essentially is key, because more and more buyers are actually buying directly from their mobile devices. And a phenomenon that's happening right now is that a lot of buyers are discovering brands through Instagram and then going independently and on the site and buying from there. So those are, again, things to consider when drafting your marketing plan, to get a sense and really be intimate with your Google Analytics and get a sense as to whether or not you already have demographic from specific countries. So here's sort of a brief overview of how you would need to get started in order to expand your business globally. So obviously there's there are 5 digital marketing pillars, which I'll walk you guys through. So the first one is SEO. So international search optimization is a little tricky, I'm not going to lie, just because depending on which country you're working with, you're going to have to translate each specific keywords. So when it comes to SEO, focus first on geolocated based SEO, so the one for your specific location. And then what will help sort of like bring knowledge is to create PR links. So PR backlinks is what they're called, and essentially is to combine your SEO strategy with your PR strategy by ensuring that different international publications talk about you. That will make your task a lot easier than going in and localizing each different keywords for each specific country. So that's sort of a little hack, if you will. The second one is user experience. So you really need to understand your specific niche when building your site and optimizing your site, because you want to make sure that the attitudes and emotion of your brand are properly reflected within your user experience. Then third is your content marketing. So content marketing is obviously any marketing that involves the creation and sharing of media and publishing content in order to acquire or retain customer. So, I mean, it doesn't just apply to posting pictures on Instagram. You really have to think about a holistic strategy. So how do you do that? Well, think of your brand as a magazine, if you will. Put together an editorial calendar. Start thinking about content that can supplement the story of your business, and put yourself on a schedule. I highly, highly encourage businesses to blog. I highly encourage businesses to be active on YouTube. And obviously, trickle down whatever content you're creating into all the other platforms in which you feel comfortable in. Another thing to keep in consideration, for instance, is so Instagram has actually a really deep penetration in several countries, and also a deep penetration in China, which is actually a really good thing, because I'm not sure if you know, but China has a lot of VPN issues. So essentially, a lot of the Google softwares are blocked in China, so reaching a Chinese demographic is a little trickier, but Instagram is one of those apps that is open in China. So, for instance, using hashtags that are specific to that country, if you, per se, have within your Google Analytics customers that are coming straight from China, can really help your business get discovered in that specific market. So my recommendation here would be to test different hashtags that are related to different specific geolocations and see what sticks. So then the last thing, so then obviously number 4 is social media. So obviously interacting with your audience, creating Facebook groups, having a dialogue with them. A lot of brands do not have dialogues. A lot of brands essentially just put together sort of their point of view, but don't really try to interact or ask questions with their audience. And so when that happens, there's just not as much interaction. It's really hard to grab your customers' attention. And then lastly, there's ads and PR. So that relates back to SEO. If you're having a hard time getting bloggers to talk about you, another great way to get noticed is by investing in ads. Facebook ads are great, and they also allow you to target users from different countries, from across the world. So so here's the marketing process. The first one is to research, strategize, promote, analyze, and optimize. So researching is key. You have to like I said earlier, have an intimate understanding of your Google Analytics. You need to understand who's visiting your website. Where are they coming from? Is it strictly from the US? Usually, most e-commerce businesses have, or most brands for that matter, have traffic from different parts of the world. So try to analyze where that's coming from, and then Later in the slides, I just kind of break down a good way to sort of research your specific keywords and see whether or not there's specific interest in a particular country. Second, you need to strategize. So strategize is to really think about the core value of your business. What is it that gets people excited about your business? And maybe don't be shy and perhaps put together a questionnaire which your audience can answer and go from there. Once you've strategized and came up with sort of a tactic to reach that demographic, the next thing that comes into place is promoting. So promoting has different facets. One of them could be advertising, like I mentioned earlier. So by creating Facebook ads that lead to a landing page where you essentially capture an email address. Capturing an email address is key. So these are, I mean, I'm walking you through sort of like the basic marketing process that should be applied whether you're only marketing to the US or on a global scale. Obviously, when you're doing a Facebook ad campaign, you want to target specific niches and focus in specific countries so you can get a sense of which countries are more receptive to your business. The best way to do that is to just create different campaigns, run them over a period of 1 week. You can put as little as $20 for each of the different campaigns and see what is successful. Another way is to essentially do a niched ad where you're targeting a very, very specific audience within a worldwide sort of spectrum, and then from there start seeing who's interacting with you. Where are those customers located? Are they perhaps in South Africa, or are they in South America? Just try to understand why these customers are interested in your brand and really try to think about the psychology of those customers, because that information will really help you target effective ads. So, like I just mentioned, you need to analyze the data that's coming back to you. Analyze whatever's coming back to you as far as like Facebook ad results, your Google Analytics, who's clicking on what and why, are they purchasing, why are they dropping off, at which point are they dropping off, who's signing up to your through your newsletter. All these data points are extremely important to help you understand not only sort of the health of your business, but again, the psychology of your customer, and also understand which part of your site or even brand messaging might need to be optimized in order to do a better job persuading your customer to buy from you. So that brings me to the last point, which is optimizing. Once you've sort of reviewed all the data sets based on the different campaigns that you've ran, based on perhaps the feedback from different bloggers that you've reached out to, you can optimize your message accordingly. So let me sort of walk you through the research that you would need to execute in order to understand whether there's potential opportunity for a specific keyword. And what I mean is specific international opportunity. So first, identify keywords. Identify keywords that are specific to your business. So again, going back to black male clothing, I mean, that's an easy one, but their keyword would be leggings, but they also will need to add other keywords in order to understand trends that are related to that specific keywords. So are their leggings perhaps a little bit gothic, if you will, or emo? The more keywords you use to describe your business, the easier it will make your research process. So research these keywords on Google Trends would be the second thing that you would need to do. How do you do that? Well, so Google Trends, it's just if you put on Google Trends, you'll find the address. But you would test all these different keywords So in this case, I have gothic fashion, cyber fashion, cyber goth, emo fashion, and then it will essentially provide you a graph of the interest over time. So if you see here in purple, goth clothing has decreased as far as like the goth fashion term has decreased interest over a larger period of time. So it was a term that was widely used in 2005, but now 2015 it's decreasing. It's still more popular than some of these other terms, but it's good to know that if you're looking to start a business in perhaps Gothic fashion, you just need to have that understanding that that term is perhaps becoming more niche, and people are also using more the term cyber goth. If you see in yellow, that term is growing in popularity. So then the next thing that you can do is look at the regional interest of these specific keywords. So goth fashion, there's interest in Australia, the UK, United States, and Canada. So that information is extremely valuable because it enables you to get a deeper understanding as to whom is interested in your product. So second, you want to define your customer once you have an understanding of which specific country hold potential for your business. So the best way to do that, personally, I use Facebook. And what I do is I do different types of research. The first one that I do is sort of interest-based to get a sense of who likes what. So if you see in this presentation, essentially I did a search for people who like techno music. So within that, it'll give me a list of individuals, which I can actually get a better understanding of other things that they like, which can help me later to draft a message or proposition that will appeal for that demographic. So people who perhaps like techno music, for this case, they also like, let's see, house and what else? Underground music, etc., etc. So once you understand what these customers like, you can also sort of dig deeper and do a search as well in forums and do a search for all these other topics that they like within Quora and Reddit, and really do some detective work, if you will. So research where your audience is spending time online is the second thing. You can do that again by going through Facebook and seeing whether or not they're active there. You can also use the same term that you're using by doing a hashtag search and seeing which keywords resonate most with your specific demographic, which hashtags is getting more likes, by whom and why. And then you can, based on all this information that you've collected, you'll want to create a user persona. So user persona, and sometimes companies have more than one user persona, but essentially what it is a picture of your ideal customer. What does that ideal customer looks like? What's their age group? What's their gender? What type of music do they listen to? What type of TV show are they into? What type of movies do they like? You need to get really granular there to, again, really understand what is the best way to reach to them, to put together or to put together messages that will really resonate with them. So third is market analysis. And just, sorry, give me a second, I need some water. So market analysis. So if you already have an international audience, you need to sort of review who these people are and then go back to the previous research you did and see whether or not there's a correlation. So let's say that, again, I'll just give the example of Gothic fashion. If, let's say, you have traffic coming from Greece, let's say, but within your research you had no customers who sort of come from that specific country, you need to understand why that is. So you need to determine essentially which demographic hold the most potential for your brand. Perhaps these customers in Greece just bounced straight off your site and did not spend time looking through all your different content, but someone from Australia, which relates back to the research you did, spent more time looking through your site and just really understanding what you're all about. So another thing that you'll want to do is like go through research trade publication for country-specific statistics on user behavior. Statista.com is a great site that I highly recommend you use. It has lots of different statistics that you can leverage to really get insights about each different demographic or niche that you're interested in pitching to. So yeah, and then again, another thing to understand is that not all countries are active on Google. I mentioned China earlier. There's also Russia, who uses Yandex. So you need to keep those things into consideration, which is why Instagram is growing more and more popular, because Instagram is used across the globe, really internationally, even in countries where they're not specifically using Google, if you will, because visual marketing really does make a difference, and photos translate internationally. Another thing to keep into consideration is that many countries access the web via mobile only. So again, it's really important to have responsive design when thinking about your e-commerce site. Review, and then finally, you want to review how your competition is marketing to other markets. So a great way to do that is to set up a VPN. What a VPN will allow you to do is to essentially replicate what you would see if you were in a different country. So this enables you to get a sense of how your competitor might be localizing their content. Again, localizing content is a little more costly, but that's something that will make the difference later on. When you're just starting out, having your site in English or other languages that are pertinent to your brand based on how much interest there is in another country is important, but only focus in a few languages at first before translating into all these different gamuts of languages. Okay. So it's strategy. So how can you'll need to set concrete goals when you're trying to think internationally. So you want to create a roadmap. So create a roadmap that's like 3 months, 6 months to a year. So you need to write down your web traffic numbers, get a sense of like sales and engagement goals. Determine how many users you would like to acquire, and don't omit to set up a reward program. So first, think about your mission. How many users would you like to get? So let's say you're trying to get 10,000 unique visitors per month. From which specific country do you want them to come from? Try to be really granular here. So 10,000 unique visitor per month. If you only are getting currently 1,000 unique visitors per month, you have to be realistic. It will probably take you 3 months to reach those numbers or more. It will mean that you'll have to be more aggressive with your content strategy. It will mean that you'll need to really sort of think about all the different outlets where you can let your proposition out. So essentially promoting will be really key, and being really aggressive about going to different blogs, making sure they talk about you, And also thinking about influencers in all the different countries you're interested in expanding to. So when you're putting together your PR list, if you will, to help promote your business, you need to really dig down into each of the specific countries you're interested in and have a list of influencers. Now, don't try to reach for the stars too early on. Put together a list of individuals who have huge amounts of followers to people who just have a few thousand. You'd be surprised. Sometimes people who have a few thousand followers get actually a better engagement than people who have enormous amounts of followers. So, and they're also a lot more receptive to working with you than people who have bigger followers, because people with bigger followers will want you to spend more money to advertise with them. So really have sort of a range of different bloggers that you'd want to collaborate with and reach out to them one by one. It will take time. Be patient. So again, an example. Let's say you're interested. Let's say there's an interest for your business in Australia, the UK, and Germany, like the previous example that I mentioned earlier. So you would put together a list of bloggers for Australia, the UK, Germany, of individuals who are strictly blogging about Gothic fashion, per the example earlier. Try to have a pretty comprehensive list, and one by one, on a weekly basis, email them to see whether or not they have interested in talking about your brand. Now, if you're only getting negative responses, then you know that something's wrong with your messaging, and perhaps the way your branding is does not necessarily translate to the demographic you're trying to reach to, which again, that's why it's really important from the very beginning to start having a conversation with your demographic to really understand what they like, what they dislike, and just start interacting with them. So it's really important to create an online value proposition. You need to really figure out what makes your audience click. And again, I'm talking about specific niches. Don't think so much about countries, but think about niche. In the case of SoundCloud, what they all had in common, as far as the electronic DJs, what they all had in common is that they wanted a platform in which they were able to upload their music, but also let individuals pay for specific track if they wanted to make the tracks payable. At the time, they were competing with MySpace, and MySpace really did not provide that option, and also made it extremely difficult for discovery. SoundCloud came as a solution to those specific problems that musicians were having. At first, they strictly targeted DJs in the electronic music scene, and once they had the approval from a few influencers, they expanded from there. But from the very beginning, they reached out to DJs from different parts of Europe, and from there, the word spread out to DJs in the US, DJs in Australia, etc., and their brand grew from there. So in order to attract your customer, you need to have a lead magnet campaign. What do I mean by that? You need to think of a way to attract them. So perhaps it's by, there's really a bunch of different ways like this could be done, but perhaps you're offering them a free month of trying out your product and seeing whether or not if they like it. You can also perhaps ask them to refer a friend, and then they will get a freebie by referring their friend. You really need to think of a way to provide value so they'll feel compelled to interact with your brand. If they're not engaging, is that you need to go back and work on your branding, because whatever you're putting out there does not fit with that specific demographic. The second thing that you do is once you've attracted these email addresses or these potential customer, you want to make sure that you have a content flow. You need to be it's extremely important to do this regularly. So I personally know a lot of brands who only send newsletters twice a year. Unfortunately, twice a year is not enough. I know a lot of brands feel a little shy when it comes to sending email marketing just because they're worried that it will be perceived as spam. Do not be afraid to send messages, either it's weekly or bi-weekly or once a month, whatever you feel comfortable with, but you have to be consistent. The other thing to have into consideration is that you need to segment your email list. You need to segment it based on people's interest. And in some cases, you might want to segment it based on the country these individuals are coming from, especially if you have different offers for different individuals in different countries. When you start out, you might want to just keep it simple. But if you see that as you're sort of growing your business, there's a need for you to segment that mailing list, you absolutely need to do that in order to be able to really send a detailed message or detailed information to that specific group that you're interested in marketing to. And then lastly, it's really important to have social referral options. And what do I mean by that? It's extremely important for you to be able to encourage individuals to promote your business for you. So before you do that, obviously you need to make sure that you have a devoted tribe of individuals who are really interested about your product and really love whatever you're selling. Once you have that, most likely individuals will be more than willing to share what you're all about. And what you could do is there's a couple apps out there that you could use. One is Referral Candy, and the other one is Forwards app. And all it does is that it enables people to either tweet out your product or share it on Facebook. And then from there, it's a great way to sort of build momentum. So these are sort of marketing strategies that are used across that are sort of not specific to sort of like an international audience, but they're oh my God, but they're not specific to an international audience, but they're sort of more specific to specific niches. So then, okay, so once you've done that homework and once you understand who's coming to your site, because every time you launch and promote your business, you need to look at your Google Analytics and understand who's coming to your site and who's not. So once you have that information, you need to decide on a localization tactic. So really there's three options. One is to create keyword targeted and or geo-targeted landing pages to increase your local SEO. So geo-targeted landing pages can be a great solution to kind of help your SEO. The way that it will help you sort of increase your page rank in each of the specific countries. You'll want to help those efforts by having bloggers refer back to that specific landing pages, as you will need backlinks as well to really help own in the specific keywords. Another way is to create different translated instances of your site. So WordPress as different translation plugins. There's a lot of individuals out there who use Google Translate. I'm not a big fan of Google Translate because it makes a lot of grammatical error, but it's a start. My recommendation is to take whatever your information you're getting from Google Translate and have it go through a translator. You can find a lot of talented individuals on Fiverr to help you translate that content. And then the third option, which is actually the most cost effective if you're a business just starting out, is to translate just your FAQs and other important information. Why would you want to translate just your FAQ? Because your FAQs will provide your customers with an understanding of how much the shippings will be for their specific country, how much taxes they will they will have to pay, for instance, what is your return policy for international customers. You need to have all that information laid out before before really selling to that international audience. So it's absolutely crucial for you to have an FAQ page from the very beginning and translate that page for each of the specific market that's really active on your site. If you don't really see international individuals that are coming to your website yet, just have an FAQ that's strictly in English, but be prepared to have an international audience and really think through about all the different sort of shipping and return policy that will apply to an international customers. So when international customers buy from you, they know exactly what to expect. So then finally, what you want to do is choose a campaign platform. So the reason I mention that is because, yeah, like, I mean, obviously there's multiple platforms that you can choose now when marketing your campaign. And not all platforms work for all demographics. Pinterest is actually great for a lot of women-based e-commerce sites. And the great thing about Pinterest is that people who are on Pinterest are usually ready to purchase. And it's a lot cheaper to spend time on Pinterest promoting your specific products and creating specific pins that are clickable pins than it is spending ads on Facebook. Facebook ads are great, but they're less and less, or you have to spend more and more money in order to see results. So another tactic might be spending more time on Tumblr. I mean, I mentioned earlier in the presentation that brands like Beard Brand and Black Milk Clothing were able to grow their community strictly through starting their blog on Tumblr. So based on the type of experience you have and what's worked for you, just make sure that you stick to just a few platforms so you don't feel overwhelmed. You need to think of how you're going to differentiate yourself from the competition. Again, you did the research as to what type of content will appeal specifically to your demographic. So make sure that you sparkle in all that information within your campaigns. Then you need to think about what story you will tell them. You have to be transparent here. Don't try to make up a story. You need to have something that really is true to heart. Like, how did you start your business? What was your mission? Why is it compelling? Why would people care? Really open your heart here, and the following will really help sort of get people interested in what you have. And then you'll have to also put together budgets. Think about how much could you potentially spend on ads on a monthly basis. You also have to think about it from a monthly to yearly perspective. So if you can only afford to spend $20 a month on Facebook ads, just keep that in mind and make each of your ads extremely segmented so they can reach a specific demographic. And then finally, what's your retention plan? How are you capturing emails? Are people who are going on your site providing their email addresses? What is the conversion rate? How many people, what's the ratio of people who come to your site to people who are actually capturing, to people who are giving you their email addresses? All this information is relevant and will help you determine the success of your marketing campaign. All right, well, that's it for today, guys. I know it's a lot of information, but let me know if you have any questions.
Well, we
I'm
actually
sorry, guys. I'm really sick.
oh, that's okay. That's okay. We actually have a few questions. Well, we actually have like I think like 14, but I'm going to go with the I guess you could say most interesting ones. Testing. Currently, I let people try out my prototype first, and then they purchase. How do I test my brand globally?
So there's different ways of doing that. First, before you test sort of your brand globally, you need to look at your Google Analytics and get a sense as to who is currently using your product. If you see that there's already a interest in a specific country, go with that specific country and essentially try to reach out, like I mentioned earlier, to influencers and send just a simple email to see what type of feedback they have. It's best to ask for feedback first to see to sort of get advice from these influencers and get an understanding of what they like and dislike before asking for favors. Um, so that would be my recommendation. If you don't have a specific if you see no sort of traction from any countries, but you have sort of and you've done your keyword research and have an understanding of where there's potential opportunities for your business, then I would reach out to these influencers in these specific countries by just sending them a simple email and going through the process I just said.
Gotcha, gotcha. Um, are AdWords worth it, even though Facebook ads are somewhat more direct and there are Google restrictions in other countries?
Yes, Google Ads are extremely important. So earlier I talked about SEO. So SEO is getting more and more tricky. Uh, Ranking your website high from an SEO standpoint is getting increasingly difficult because, I mean, Google is making its algorithm more and more complex. So yes, buying Google Ads is extremely important and extremely effective, and it also helps you target different countries. So the way to do it there would be to target specific countries based on your research, based on who's coming to your site, and kind of expand from there.
Awesome. Um, do I have to tailor my message for each region? Do I have to do that? Or basically, do I have to make my messaging region appropriate?
Well, so it really depends on your business. If you're providing something that's service-based, yes, you might have to, strictly because you want to make sure that your customer understand what your service is all about. Something like fashion, the example I gave earlier, fashion is universal. I mean, people see a shirt or pants, they understand what it is. So it's a lot easier for you to be able to sort of keep your site strictly in English and only have an FAQ page that would be translated for that matter. So yes, eventually, when you're growing, you will want to have localized content, but when you are starting out, you can just have your site strictly in English and start promoting it to all the specific region and see the type of traction that you get from different customers.
Very awesome. Very awesome. Um, oh, this one just says, love the customer avatar hack.
Oh,
Oh, if we're not in the community, if we're not part of the community, what do we do? I'm guessing this particular individual probably did some research and sees an opportunity in a niche that they're not really a part of. So how do they actually go about branding themselves?
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, you'll have to find a way to be part of that community. So if you see an opportunity in, I mean, right now I'm seeing a lot of ads as far as like making money with t-shirts. Uh, a lot of people are sort of testing that with like Facebook ads and whatnot. So if you don't have an in within the specific community, you need to find the people who do, because people are going to read through you through your message and through your branding if you're not authentic and if you're trying to fake it, if you will. So it's extremely important. If you have an interest in that community, start to get embedded. I personally love Reddit. Reddit for e-commerce, for example, is great. There's a lot of different communities in there. There's a lot of sort of discussion boards, and it could be a great way to sort of get information about specific communities. Quora is also great for other demographic. Facebook groups can be good as well. I mean, as long as you're not spamming and you're just sort of going in and having sort of a one-to-one interaction with individuals to kind of like really get a sense of what gets them going and sort of ask them questions, then it's fine. If you're going into these groups and you're spamming, obviously, I don't, yeah, it's only going to have negative effects on your brand.
Downvotes.
Yeah.
All right. I think you know what? One more question, and we'll let you get some sleep. On average, how much marketing and branding should I do before I actually launch?
Well, I mean, it really is up to your business, right? So I personally recommend brands as to start marketing as early on as possible. Once you have an idea of what it is that you're going to put out in the market, maybe start a Kickstarter page. I know Kickstarter is really, I mean, probably people in the audience are like rolling their eyes. It's a little overrated, but it's a great way to test ideas. Big brands are using Kickstarter to test their concepts out. So, or if it's not Kickstarter, just have a simple landing page and put Facebook ads and see whether or not people are interested by your product. And then tweak accordingly. If people are not interested in your product, then you have to understand what the reason is. Is it the product or is it the branding? So, I mean, use your common sense. Talk to your community and other entrepreneurs who might be able to sort of provide solutions for you. But yeah, I wouldn't spend a lot of money putting together a product and then realizing at launch that nobody's interested in the product. You're better off putting the idea out there from the very onset and expanding from there.
Very cool, very cool. Well, I want to thank you for joining us today. Great
Yeah.
insight. I know you're
Sorry,
jet
I'm so
lagged.
jet lagged. I should have never accepted to do this at this time, but so I hope
You know
that
what? When
it
I'm up in
was
New
cool.
York, I'll get you a drink. How about that? We'll call it
All
even.
right, that sounds good.
All right. Thank you, Luna. Get some rest. Thank you.
All right, take care. Bye.
All right. That was awesome, guys. We got some great insight on marketing and branding internationally. Um, that's a great way, in my opinion, to scale up your products. Uh, I honestly, I never thought about it until a friend of mine mentioned, "Hey, you know, you have a particular product that's in a particular niche that's very popular in New Zealand, that's very popular in Germany, Austria. So maybe you should look at those regions." That's actually selfishly as one of the reasons I wanted Luna to speak to us today. But anyway, you guys take a quick break. Our next speaker is about to join us. His name is Rohan. He's the owner of wetshaveclub.com. It's a subscription-based business. I know a lot of you guys had questions about that when I asked for your feedback from the first summit. He actually I mean, the business has been around for about a year. It's doing 5 figures a month. This past December, they surpassed 60K for the revenue for the month of December. So it'll be great to talk to him, get some insights on building a subscription business, you know, marketing it, etc. Since that's a very different type of business model, e-commerce business model, that's really just now, you know, picking up steam. So go get some water, breakfast, whatever, snack. Come back in about 3 minutes or so. Rohan should be online, and we're gonna kick it off. All right. Right. Rohan, how's it going? Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you fine. Yeah. So how you doing?
I'm doing good, doing good. I just sent the attendees to go get a quick snack, so or water, whatever. So they'll be back in about 3 minutes or so, and we can kick it off.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Hello. Um, awesome, man.
I'm gonna put my headphones on. I'm getting a little bit of feedback, so I'm gonna see if the headphones work better.
Okay.
Don't mind the pink beats.
That's funny. All right, cool. If are you still getting feedback? Because if so, I'll put mine on.
Yeah, I'm actually still getting a little bit of feedback.
Okay, I'll put mine on. Maybe better. Um, some place with pretty good light. Maybe too. Is it noisy out here?
No, actually, that works. That works. All right, I see a couple of people are trailing back. We'll give them one more minute, and then we'll kick it off.
Okay. Dude, man, it's pretty awesome to set all this up.
Yeah, I did it. I did it last month, and I had Peter Keller, Eric from Beard Brand, uh, another guy Max Mall. He's like a branding expert. Shabir from Bootstrapping E-commerce. I just had the idea because I had a ton of questions, and I was bugging these guys individually.
Mm-hmm.
So I figured, you know what? I'll bet other people have the same questions that I have. So
Okay.
let's just do a big summit.
Yeah, no, it's awesome, man. This is a brilliant idea.
So I'll be doing these probably once a month. Probably once a
Okay.
month.
Okay. Cool.
All
Very
right.
cool.
I'm going to give guys 30 more seconds, and then we're going to kick it off. What's brilliant is that Reddit post, the launch, was it the 26 days to launch? That was
Oh,
awesome.
oh, thank you, man.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm going through it right now.
Mm.
Uh, I'm still stuck on day one because I can't come up with a good name.
That's a good problem. I mean, I sometimes I end up using have you heard of pickydomains.com?
No, no, I'm about to write that
Yeah,
down.
picky domains is something where you kind of like crowdsource domain ideas, and you pay $50 and like 50 people try to come up with a domain name for you.
That works.
Yeah.
That works. I can save some of my brain power.
Yeah, so that's what I do sometimes. Yeah.
All right, guys. Well, this is Travis with CommerceDude.com. We're back again. We have Rohan. He has a lot of businesses, but the one we're going to focus on today is WetShaveClub.com. He's served as CEO and creator, as I said, of many successful companies. Launch27.com, LawnTribe.com, WetShaveClub.com. So I'm actually going to hand the floor over to Rohan, and we're going to go over the ins and outs of creating a subscription-based business, being that that's a fairly new business model to compete with the big boys. So Rohan, the floor is yours, and questions will come in. There's a Q&A box. You probably can't see it, but I can see it on mine. Questions will come in. As they roll in, I'll just relay them to you, either during your presentation or at the end. So, floor is yours, my friend.
Okay. Okay, so do I just ramble on?
Yeah, you can actually. You can. Uh, Honestly, if you want to, I can kick it off with some few questions because we have some that came in already.
Okay,
Uh,
sure.
yeah, we'll just start at the top.
Okay.
What gave you the idea to create a subscription-based business?
Okay, so this company was a bit of serendipity. I was just hanging out on Reddit like I do every day, and this guy had started Wet Shave Club, and at the time he was making like $300 per month in revenue, and I guess it wasn't really, kicking off like he would have wanted it to. And he put it up for sale. So he just made a post on Reddit and saying, hey, I have this site, I'm looking to sell it. And I saw it, and I was like, maybe I could make that work. One, given the fact that Dollar Shave Club had already proven out the model, and two, because like his branding and positioning seemed a bit off. I felt like if I were able to fix that, I could make it work. And so yeah, I hit him up the same time and bought it the same day.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, so what actually, when you saw it, and Dollar Shave Club, they had proven the model, etc., and you saw it, and the guy was only making 300. What in the back of your mind made you think, okay, I can take this from 300 and scale it up to 5 figures to what it is now?
Yeah. So a couple things like one that I said before, which was like his branding. So that was off. So I knew that we could redesign and present a better website presence and also present a better unboxing experience. Because for subscription-based businesses, and it's kind of something that I felt I knew even before I started, delving into it, was that the unboxing experience is probably like 70% of your success after the person makes the decision to go with you. So I felt like I could redesign the box, I could expand the product line, and make that experience a lot more fun. And given that, and just kind of like my gut feeling about it, I decided to take a shot.
All right, very cool, very cool. Now, for the guys that let's say they're not they don't just fall into someone selling a business online. Um, what ways would you suggest that they come up with ideas for a subscription-based business? Because I would think that's probably the hardest thing to do, is come up with something that individuals want month in and month out delivered to their doorstep.
Yeah. So if I were starting again, I would look for subscription box businesses that are doing really, really well, that are really, really, really big. I'm talking about 100,000 subscriber big, and figure out either do the same thing, so it's not even you don't even have to come up with an idea, or two, carve out a slight piece of their business and do something very, very similar. So just niche down a little bit, but I would I would want to find a big competitor in the space that has already proven out the model. So I take on like almost no risk. The only risk then becomes by execution. So that's how I kind of like approach businesses in general. Yeah. Yeah.
That totally makes sense. I like that. Um, when you purchased the wetshaveclub.com, I'm assuming the previous buyer already had his suppliers, etc. Um, what was it like basically doing that transition of the suppliers? You're now going to supply, me versus the previous buyer.
Yeah. So funny thing is, like, nothing remained the same after we bought it. It was almost like starting a whole new company, because at the time he was Wet Shave Club only delivered soaps, and so that's another thing too that I missed out. So I felt like I really wanted to capture the full shaving experience, which with wet shaving is soaps, razors, blades, aftershaves, pre-shaves, even things like astringent, cologne, just the whole kind of like what would a man who wet shaves, what would his full experience look like? And so we completely went back to the drawing board, and we had to find suppliers for all of these additional things that I just mentioned. Um, so we started to Google. We went on Google, and we found one company in like Pakistan. We found another company in like a US based company, and we started collecting samples. So sending some samples, And then when we found a razor that we really liked, we sent our Wet Shave Club logo, and they sent us a sample with it branded. And we went back and forth a couple times until we found the product that felt right. And we kind of did that for everything, like the entire product line. So what what ended up after the first month looked completely different from when we started taking over the company. Yeah.
Very cool.
Mhm.
So when you guys found, I guess you could say, well, I guess you could say each product that you have on your site is coming
Mhm.
from a different company and
Yes.
it's coming to a central location, and then you
Yes.
guys box it and ship it to your end user. Uh, how do you guys basically manage the logistics of that? Because for my corporate job, I mean, we have supply chain issues all the time,
Yeah.
right? If one part of our product is the lead time is if it's late, it delays the shipment for plenty of orders. So how do you guys manage your logistics to make sure everything comes to a central location? Do you stock up on as many as possible, or like what's the thinking there?
Yeah. So man, that's like a freaking brilliant question. I think after we get the client, that's our biggest problem. So you nail it. That's like the biggest problem. So we've made so many mistakes, like just like you described. We've had very recently we had a shipment of razors on a train, and the train derailed. True story. Yep. So stuff like that you can never plan for. There's no planning. And our box to get a wet shave block box without a razor is like getting a car without wheels. So we had no choice but to delay shipments. But so that's something that was outside of our control. But there's so many things within our control that we messed up as well. Like we made a lot of mistakes. Like lead time from one supplier, maybe 3 weeks. Lead time from another supplier is 2 months, and just managing that whole thing. So spreadsheets, um, just trying to like monitor emails like very, very well, try to keep inventory counts that are pretty good. But the real goal for us is to limit the time that product is in the warehouse. So
Okay.
we want to reduce that carry time so that we reduce costs. Like product in the warehouse is costing us money. Um, so we really try to have enough inventory for our current subscriber base plus the number of new subscribers that we project, minus the number of customers that we expect to fall off in any given month. And that is how we try to do it. So like super, like what we have in there should be what goes out. So the more accurate we do that, the more we open up ourselves to making mistakes and having inventory problems and logistical problems. But we're trying our best. We're learning. This is my first company where logistics of this type has been important. So it's been like a learning curve from day one, and we're still making mistakes, but we're getting better. Yeah.
Gotcha. Now, how did you guys actually find the warehouse, to ship out your final product?
Yeah.
Uh, well, actually, you know what? Let me back up. A, how did you guys find the suppliers? What was that process? Was it just straight Google, or do you use Alibaba, et cetera? And then two, how did you guys find the warehouse
Yeah.
centralized to ship out?
Yeah. Cool. So like for the suppliers, because our product line is so varied, we just started looking everywhere. For a while, and still now sometimes, we get some of our soaps and aftershaves from Etsy. So these are just small suppliers that they kind of like, make their own product, and they probably sell like maybe 50 per year, and we come to them saying, hey, can we get 2,000 in a month? So like you can see some of the logistical challenges and some of the problems. But yeah, we go Etsy, we Google, we contact our competitors. Sometimes even our competitors would work with us. They're like, um, we're competing in the same space, but we have a following that could probably tap into your product line if you can expose them to it. So work with us with some samples at good prices, and then we'll include an insert to our customer base to let them know where to get the full size product. Um, and so yeah, and now as we get bigger, you'll find that suppliers contact us. So every day almost, we call it like our Christmas delivery. Every day almost, we get some delivery in the office of a supplier that is like, hey, we would love to be in your box. Here's a look at our product. Tell us if you like it, how it smells, how it, lathers, so on. So now it's becoming a lot easier. It's becoming a lot easier with some product as we get bigger because people just reach out to us. Some products like soaps that are typically handmade are becoming more difficult the larger we get. Um, so, it's all about balancing all these little issues and figuring out what works best. Yeah. As far as warehousing, we started shipping from Kevin's living room, and then Kevin drove over to my house. Like I have a bigger house, and I live alone, so. And actually, Kevin lives with me now too, by the way. So we started shipping from my living room for 2 months until that got too crazy, and then we just went office/warehouse shopping, and we found a place very close to the airport, which we didn't know that was a good idea at the time, but it turned out to be a good idea to be very close to the airport because as a USPS guy comes after he picks our stuff up, his next stop is the airport, and he just gets on the plane and it goes. Yeah, that was luck too. Like 'cause I didn't have the foresight to know you want to be close to the airport as possible. Yeah. Yeah, so we started looking around and we started going out with different agents and we found a place in like about a week, moved in and started shipping. Yeah.
Awesome, awesome, very cool.
Mm.
When you guys did the testing for the soaps, razors, etc., did you guys have like a focus group, or was it just you and Kevin?
Our focus group was me, Kevin, and at the time our first hire was a girl we found on Reddit. Her name is Julia, and yeah, it was the three of us. So hey man, how does this smell? Or let's go run the soap under the sink in the warehouse and lather it up and see how long it stays on our hands. Just very very simple stuff like that. Or a lot of times you would get product that would be you're like, oh, this smells great, it lathers great, but the packaging and the branding sucks. So that would have to be a no because for us you have like it's the entire experience that we're presenting, like the branding, the look, the feel, the smells, the touch, the taste for some things, etc. So, but yeah, that all took place within our focus group was me, Kevin, and Julia, and now we're a lot bigger. So our focus group is all of our employees. We take a look and see what people like. Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Next question. You said you rebranded what the original guy had.
Mm-hmm.
What was the rebranding process from the packaging,
Mm-hmm.
website? Well, you already covered the products. You expanded the product. So I guess from packaging to the website, like, did you guys just get the soaps from Etsy and then you go to a packaging guy and he does it, or do your suppliers do the packaging for you and just stick your brand on it? And then from the website, how did you guys rebrand the website, change it up to make it more higher convert?
Yeah. Yeah. Super question, man. That's like the core of the whole deal. Um, for the website, we went to 99designs.com. Um, I, I I think my entire business life is built on that website. So the 99 designs, you go and you kind of crowdsource designs, like multiple designers submit a design, and you choose the one that you like best, and that person wins the award. Um, so they redesigned the website to part of that process is kind of looking around at other websites that I like and finding the kind of feel that we were going for, like kind of old school yet modern, yet think of a barbershop, like a classy guy type deal. So you describe all of this and you give websites that kind of approaches that feel, and people would kind of give you back their interpretation of what you're looking for. So after the website was done, we also went to 99 Designs again to design the box. So yeah, so it's kind of the same process, as a old school type company, the blades, blah blah blah, razors. Think of what like a manly type man would like if he were sitting like 1930s in a barbershop somewhere in Chicago or something like that. And so we got the box design, and then we found a company that you can send them the box design, and um, they they create like a press, and then they can ship out, manufacture like thousands of boxes for you with your design. So 99 Designs was the core of our rebranding as far as packaging and the website presentation. And then for product, the only branded product we have is the razor.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a razor. Everything else just comes in the suppliers, packaging, and branding, and that stays that way. So that's why we look for quality product, but also it has to be quality product that is branded well. Yeah. So unfortunately for some suppliers that would like to work with us, their product is really good, but the packaging looks like something that they just threw on in their living room or something, and that's not something that we can present to our clients. So that's kind of the whole deal as far as branding goes. Yeah.
Now that makes sense. That keeps your costs down if they're doing all the packaging.
Mhm.
So
Yeah. Absolutely. And
now as
and
far as go ahead, go ahead.
but yeah. So one thing I want to add too is the suppliers that work with us, we want our customers to get their samples, try it, like it, and then go to their websites and buy it. So we want their branding to be in there, and we want our service to be introducing these small suppliers to a larger customer base, and that's what we're able to do. So a lot of our suppliers that work with us, they come back and say, "Man, like we're sold out now for the next 2 months because your folks liked our stuff and came back and bought it." So that's really something that we enjoy hearing from folks we work with. Yeah.
Did you guys increase your pricing once you took it over? Did you keep everything in the same price bands?
Man, we increased our pricing almost very close to 3 times. Originally, I think the guy was shipping at $12, and we're at about $30, $29 now for 1 month. And but what we did, so you can do $29 for one like month to month. So it's all the subscription, but if you just commit to 1 month, it's going to be $29. If you commit to 1 year, it's $19. And that works out well for us because it kind of incentivizes the person to stay with us for a long time, and it reduces our customer acquisition costs if we can spread it over a longer period. So that's kind of how we did it. But yeah, we raised prices quite a bit. Yeah.
Very cool, very cool.
Hmm.
It seems that most people try to do the race to the bottom,
Hmm.
and, with the pricing, and once it gets down there, everything's convoluted.
Hmm.
And, yeah, honestly, I'm dealing with the same thing with my corporate job.
Mm.
With our products, they were like, "Yeah, let's lower the price so we can compete with X, Y, Z." And I'm like, we're a technology company.
Hmm.
We have good stuff. Let's play in this price band where our margins are better.
Yeah, absolutely. So if if you can sell that for your company, because I think business school or something has messed people up when it comes to pricing. I don't know what it is. The mindset is like, how do you compete with this person based on pricing? And I'm like, when was the last time you bought the cheapest pair of jeans? When was the last time you went online and said, okay, give me a pair of jeans that is like $3? No, you buy based on emotion, branding, how well you connect, the value that you get from this thing. The pricing a lot of times is gonna signal to the customer the quality. So you're right away you can signal quality just by pricing higher. So like yeah, I never ever ever compete on price. I want to be pricing at a point that is viable, and even sometimes at a point that is um, ridiculous depending on the business. Because if people are gonna attach price to quality, you're gonna operate in a space where you're gonna make more money and you're gonna deal with customers that are cooler and more reasonable, and it's just I absolutely agree with you 1000%. Like never ever compete on price is my mantra ever. Yeah. Sorry for the mini rant, but that really
No
connected.
worries.
Yeah.
Well, to go back to the logistics piece, I'm actually
Yeah.
trying to envision the workflow, of whatshaveclub.com,
Yeah.
right? So I see your end user, they're sitting online,
Mhm.
they make a purchase.
Yeah.
That goes to your fulfillment house,
Mhm.
and then from there, if you guys have it in inventory, they box it up and it's shipped out.
Mhm.
On the other side of the house, which would be you and Kevin, you guys are dealing with all the suppliers. They send it back, the inventory back to the warehouse where it's stocked. Where I'm going with this is, on average, how much do you guys stock of inventory so you're not really losing money? Because money, as you stated, money on the shelf is money lost,
Mhm.
right? So you want to be in that gray area, I guess you could say,
Yes. Yeah.
where there's just enough, but there's not too much. So how do you guys, play that game?
Yeah. Man, if we could, the person who solves that game in their business, and it doesn't even matter what business it is, they're gonna do well. They're gonna do well. So we play it in this way, and this is something that we added probably in August, because at our core we're a subscription box company, and just like you said, product on the shelf is money that is just on the way to the garbage. Is like there's a lighter like coming towards that money if that product is on the shelf. So we gotta stop that lighter from burning that money up. So what we've been doing is we started a shop, and this may not work for everybody, but we started like just a regular e-commerce store. And so you can come to Wet Shave Club, you get your samples, and for those that may not want to commit to a monthly subscription service, they can click on the shop. What you find in the shop are things that we ordered for the box that from the previous month or months before that we haven't sold, and we can discount it down to cost in a lot of cases and get rid of it that way. And then we can also add additional products that are too big for the box. So that kind of saved us in a lot of cases. Now, for a lot of folks that may not be able to do something like that based on their product, the best I can say is like have really, really good metrics on what your growth rates are, what your churn rates are, what percentage of people leave you every month, what percentage of people are gained every month. And you can do fairly okay guesstimates on what you're going to need a month from now. Um, and that's kind of like the best I can say. You're not going to get it right. You're going to have months where you're out of stock, and you're going to have months where you're overstocked by a ridiculous amount. And only experience and dealing with your suppliers and understanding your product and your company will teach you how to kind of get closer to that sweet spot. But I don't think there is any there's no magic pill there, or at least we haven't found one. Yeah,
Right. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah. It's not available yet. It's not
yeah,
available yet.
yeah.
Now it's funny. Uh, I heard about Wet Shave Club months ago.
Mhm.
Before I even reached out to you or anything, I heard about it months
Oh
ago.
wow. Okay.
Yeah, be in my Facebook feed.
Okay.
So, and it basically, we have a mutual Facebook friend, and she's the one that told me, yeah, reach out to him. He's awesome, blah blah blah.
Oh, that's
And then
cool.
she told me, yeah, he started wetshaveclub.com. I was like, are you serious? I just saw an ad for that, like 3 months ago.
That is hilarious. Hmm.
So, what is y'all's marketing and advertising strategy? Because you kind of you keep things simple, you keep things on the straight and narrow, you don't overcomplicate things.
Hmm.
So, for your marketing to get the word out, so like a guy like me, where I'm just on Facebook, probably goofing around, and I see an ad for Wet Shave Club, and then 3 months later, I'm sitting here talking to you about it. Uh, how do you guys get the word out to your customers? How do you guys create your customer avatar?
Mm-hmm.
to make sure you're not, wasting marketing dollars.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the last question is, how do you guys scale up your marketing when you see what's working and what's not?
Yeah. Brilliant, man. Brilliant. So I think I'll start with the thing that was the best bang for our buck, and probably still is the best bang for our buck. And for a lot of people, they were like, "Man, it must be Facebook marketing, it must be, Google AdWords or something like that." No, the number one best thing for us has been blogger reviews.
Really?
Yeah. So there's a whole subculture of people that they review subscription boxes. That's like what their website is based on. They love to get them in the mail. There's one girl that did a review for us, and she said she subscribed to 70 subscription boxes. 70. Yeah. So like there's a whole subculture, and so you would reach out to folks and say, hey, we're doing Wet Shave Club. This is our company, this is our branding, blah blah blah, and we would love to send you a box for you to take a look at, and we'd love to um, have you write about it, and we'll even give you a coupon code so your folks can follow along, and if they click, they'll get a discount right away. So those folks are gonna be like, yep, send it over. And for us, we're like, we don't care if you have, 100,000 visitors per month, or if you have 100 visitors per month. The box is in the mail. And so that box is going to cost us, let's say that box costs us like $12 or $13, right? That $13 then gets us visitors from each one of those blogs that receive our box because they're going to post about it. It also gets us a link to our website, which is invaluable as far as SEO goes and ranking authority and so on. And we get the word out in a lot of ways. So over time, as Google sees all this activity on us, and folks that own these blogs and also YouTubers as well, they also have like Instagram and Twitter and Facebook followings, and they're going to cross post it. So over time, as Google sees all of this activity, like who are these guys? We start to rank. And now, if you Google like Shave Club or blah blah blah, we're like right there with Dollar Shave Club, who are, I guess they're like $100 million in funding. Harry's, and then like we're always either number 3 or number 2. Like we're right there. Like if we are a noteworthy comparable competitor, which I think we are, but we did it on a dime, like with no funding, and really, we're not rich by any means, like. So sending out boxes for reviewers, YouTubers, bloggers, even people that may not have a blog, but they have like we call them influencers. So they have like 50,000 people following them on Instagram for some reason, and they're gonna say, hey, yeah, send it over. So yeah, that is the number one thing. It's kind of almost a success metric that we have in the office, that we need to get out this number of boxes per week. That's kind of how we go after customer acquisition. So beyond that, like your rankings are going to come with Google, and then you can do the additional stuff like Facebook ads, like retargeting, like Twitter contests, reaching out to really big press, like we have an article that may be coming up on CNN Money. I don't know if it's going to happen, but we're talking to someone, so stuff like that, going after like super big press, places that we almost don't deserve to be in some way. It just doesn't. It feels like it feels almost like we're cheating the system to be on like some of these big sites that we're getting to be on. Like we were just on AskMen.com and so on. So like most of our efforts are around blogger outreach and big site outreach, and that's how we get the word out. And for companies that are starting, they can do it. You can do it at a very low cost, where if your blog review costs you $13 and you get 3 people, that means your customer acquisition cost is like $4.30 or something, and which is ridiculous because your customer acquisition cost through Google Ads is going to be like $40 or $50. So that's the thing, and if this is the only takeaway people get from this, if you own subscription box company or some type of product company, get your product in the hands of influencers and the rest will work out. Yeah.
That is actually the second time I've heard that. Peter Keller, he's the owner of French Sport. They sell more or less CrossFit gear. It's brand, it's branding with his French Sport brand on it, etc.
Yeah.
He actually did the same exact thing when he started out. He sent samples to bloggers in the CrossFit community.
Mhm.
He had like a list. Like he basically, yeah, he had a science behind it. It's like, all right, this blogger gets a 5, this blogger gets a 2. So let's focus on all the 5s. Let's send our stuff out to them, and get a review on our stuff.
Mhm.
So I guess if he's doing it, you're doing it. I guess it works.
It's working out, man. It's working out. It's a way to do it on the cheap. If you got a gazillion dollars in funding, then you can do all the gazillion dollars in funding type things. But regular guy, that's the way. Yeah.
I like that. I like that because a lot of the guys and gals that are viewing this or that are going to view it, we're all bootstrapped entrepreneurs basically.
Hmm.
Yeah, so yeah, we don't have like, all right, I got a $50,000 marketing budget. Let's go. Yeah. So, quick question. I see a lot of guys, in the Facebook group that I monitor, etc. They have they have a lot of excuses about not starting their business, right? Like for instance, one guy, he actually wanted to be on the summit, being an attendee, and I was like, yeah, man, just come along, just watch. He was like, yeah, but I don't want to hear the same old, same old. I'm really stuck on trying to source my stuff. I'm like, okay, what have you done to try to source your stuff? He's like, well, I've been Googling all the top 10 things to how to source your product. And I was like, yeah, but what have you actually done
Hmm.
to try to source your product? And he didn't have an answer for me. And I guess I kind of rubbed him the wrong way, which was not my intent.
Hmm.
But there was no action there. It was just research, 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 research. No action.
Hmm.
How do you get, in your opinion? Well, actually, two questions. One, what made you jump from corporate America to just taking a plunge? And two, what have you seen, I guess, be the tipping point for other entrepreneurs to get past that fear, I guess,
Hmm.
fear of failure, fear of the unknown, to actually take some freaking action?
Yeah, man, brilliant, brilliant. So for me, as far as corporate goes, I knew that it was not for me. Like I in school, I guess like a 30-second run back. In school, I really like business and accounting and stuff, and so I kind of did like a degree that allowed me to do both. And I came out of school and I became an accountant, and I was an accountant for like 10 years, man. I mean, it's the most, and there's no knock for people that actually love accounting. For me, it's the most mundane thing ever, but I could do it. I could do it. Like I understood the logic and I understood how things worked and how the money flowed, blah blah blah. It made sense intuitively, so it became my career. But throughout the second half of that 10 years, I started dabbling with online. I was like, man, why can't I just have a life where I have full control of my day? Like right now, I'm still in my living room. I'm not in the offices yet. I have full control of my day. I have full control of my freedom. I can make what I make perfectly corresponds in a lot of cases to how hard I work. Like, how can I have that control? Becoming my own boss. So to do that, I need to figure out online because online you can start a business with $100. You can start a business with $100. This isn't like 1960 where you had to go to a bank and create like a 50-page business plan and present all this crap. I don't know how it was done back then before computers, but that's what they did. A huge business plan, and you try to get them to give you a loan. Really, if you spend 3 months turning off your cable bill and your cell phone bill for 3 months, you have enough money to start a business in this in this time because Circle website. get on social media and you can have customers like coming through. So I started learning online marketing and trying different things, everything like action, like what I tell people now, like on Reddit and so on, the people that contact me, is like nothing is more important than action. So um, people are like, so did you do like a demographic analysis on wet shape? I'm like, dude, I have one life to live. I'm going to be like, most of us, we're going to be dead in like, 70, 80, 90 years. I don't have the time, not even one day to waste. So what? I start the company and it doesn't work. What difference does that make? Nobody's going to care even a year from now. I'm not going to be homeless because I only start businesses with money that I can afford to lose because startup cost is so low. I'm not going to be in debtor's prison. There's some places in the world where if you don't pay your debts, you go to jail. Like really and truly, the risk of failure, while it is there, is almost inconsequential. So, um, so, so to get to the core of what I'm saying now, it's like if you're in a bar and you see like this, a beautiful girl, you can either decide to walk up to her and say hi or not. If you walk up to her and say hi and you guys hit it off, there is like it could completely change your life. But I'm too scared, I'm too afraid, like blah blah blah. We walk up to her and say hi, and she has a boyfriend. Like nothing happens. Your life doesn't end. You forget about it, but the next day nothing happens, and it's the same with business. So if you want to start something, you gotta start. And the only day that matters is today. Like you don't have tomorrow. Tomorrow is not even I don't even have tomorrow. Like the only thing that matters is today. If you start and you fail, nothing happens. Nothing happens. I started multiple businesses and failed, 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 failed. Each failure, I learned not to make this mistake again. I learned not to put money here again. I learned not to work with these type of folks again. I learned not to ignore costs as much. I learned how to focus on branding to make it the number one most important thing out the gate. I learned not to launch with, let's launch with an MVP, but where everything is going to be MVP, including the website. I know that doesn't work because your design has to be valuable. It can't be minimally valuable. It has to be valuable. It has to be really good. Even if your operations and stuff happens from your bedroom, your design has to be on point. So I learned all these things as I went along, and there's no books, there's no MBAs, there isn't a thing that teaches you as well as experience. So for me, get to work. If it fails, nothing happens. It's so mundane. I go out to the movies for a day, spend some time with, talking to friends. But the next day, I'm like, okay, what can I do today that would improve on the failure that happened just now? You know what I mean? But beyond that, just get to work, man. Like, get to work. We're all dying.
Gotcha. Now
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
When you said start, right, do something. Like, how would one start? I mean, obviously, you got to start small. You're not going to just, hey, I'm gonna start a business today, and it's going to be a Fortune 1000 company, right? Or it's
Yeah.
going to be the top e-commerce company. How
Yeah.
would one like truly begin their journey?
Yeah. So I mean, brilliant. So what I like to tell people is look for there are kind of like two things you can sell. You can either sell a service or you can sell a product. If you're selling a product first is difficult. And I'll say this because I have both service businesses and I have product businesses. With a service business, you find a person that already does the service very, very well, but they don't understand internet marketing very well. They don't understand customer acquisition very well. So you guys are like a natural fit to work together. And with a service business, where how your cash flow works, that person delivers the service, you get paid, and then you pay that person. So your cash flow works well. Like there isn't a cash outlay up front for product. So with a product business, it's reverse. You pay first, then the product comes to you, then you send it off, and then So cash flow is inverted with product businesses, and it makes it more difficult for that to be your first win unless you're well funded. And or unless you grow really slowly. So you can grow really slowly with a product business and be fine as well. But just remember that cash flow is inverted for product. So product or service, I say like find something that you have probably spent money on in the last year, and you can go through your bank account like so this way you don't come up with these ideas that are so fantastical that there isn't even a market for. If you yourself in your situation, we're not rich, most of us aren't. If you're spending money on this thing, there's a lot of other people that are spending money on this thing. So that's one thing I like to do. Check your bank account, and then find something, if possible, that sets up well for recurring revenue. So this is something where, like a subscription box, this person gives you a credit card once, you charge them every single month. Cleaning service, you can set them up for recurring. We come every 2 weeks, we clean your home, and those are two of my businesses. So recurring service allows you to make a lot of mistakes, and you will make a lot of mistakes if this is your first or second or third or even fourth business. There are all these things that you have no idea of that you may have learned somewhere in a book, but they do not make sense when the rubber hits the road, right? So recurring is a great equalizer. You can make a lot of mistakes and still do well. You can have a very, very high customer acquisition cost and still do well if you have some type of recurring revenue from that customer. So if you can marry those two things, a product that you already spend money on or somebody around you spends money on, a service, and the revenue is recurring, you can then create a website which can cost you less than $500. You can go, or less than $1,000. You said if you go on 99 Designs to get the homepage done, and once you get that up, then you can start marketing. There are a lot of free places: Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Craigslist, Yelp, Angie's List, like Thumbtack, bloggers that will just take your stuff and do it for free. The whole deal. And your goal then is to get to your first dollar, your first $10, your first $20, and go from there. And the last thing is, as you're going through, you can't do this from a space where you're afraid. It can't be from. It has to be more from like a hustling type mentality where I'm going to hustle my butt off for the next 3 to 6 months. If I make money from this and see that it's viable, I'm going to keep hustling. I'm going to keep hustling. I'm going to keep hustling. I think like a year of hustle is what is required. So when I started my first company that allowed me to leave my job, I worked on it for 1 year hardcore. Like I would go to work. Well, I would wake up at 6 o'clock, work in the morning, go to work at like 8:30. At lunchtime, I'll work on my business. After work, I got off at 5 o'clock. I went to this coffee shop. It's called Bus Boys and Poets. It's still there. Like I love the place. And I will work. I will work there until 12 o'clock or until those people were closing the doors. Go home and do it over again, right? So for people that say, "Oh, I don't have time," I'm like, okay, I was able to get another 40 hours out of my week to work on my projects. 10 hours on Saturdays, 10 hours on Sundays. I didn't go out for an entire year because I knew, like, if I pull this off, then I have my freedom for the rest of my life. So why not like really go hard right now? And that's what I did. But even if I had failed, I would be like, okay, what's the next thing that I can pour my energies into? Because something has to work, right? So that's kind of like my mentality. So give it a shot and start slow. You don't have to make $1 million. Your first company doesn't have to be $1 million making company. You can be making $1,000 a month, and that can really change your life. And that's kind of like how I approach it as far as mentality and as far as looking for the product or service and as far as making sure it's something that's very, very viable. And that's the deal.
Now, with the service company, I would think it would be for the marketing for that. I know we're going off from now. We're going from subscription to service. It's just a question that's popped in my head. For a service company, would it be possible to market that via the bloggers? Like, I'm just thinking for like what a maid service. They have to be local. The blogger has to be local. So send the maids to go clean their first floor or something like that. What's your take on that?
Dude, you nailed it. That's exactly what we do. Same thing.
Okay.
You nailed it. That's exactly what I do. When I'm done, I'll send you a link of the most recent one. So we contact local bloggers, and Google, by the way, loves local blogs as it relates to local service. Google loves it. You can check this on most of local SEO blogs. They talk about this. So you don't always just have to do Yelp and Angie's List, like local blogs. So we contact them and say, hey, we're a service in the DC area, and we would love to offer you a free cleaning. If you could review our service, let us know how we did. So the most recent one just went up, and she posted like before and after pictures, and we also give her like an affiliate link. So if some person books, she gets an award, and that person also gets a discount. And yeah, that is how it works. So it's kind of like the same thing over again.
Very cool. Very
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Shoot that link to me, and I'll shoot it
Yeah.
out to the viewers.
Absolutely.
And dude, I want to thank you for joining today, man. This
Yeah.
was very insightful.
Cool, man.
Great information. Yeah, I'm blown away. Blown away.
Thank you, bro. Thank you, man. Thanks for
Yeah,
setting
yeah.
this out, man. This has been like what you're doing is important. It's really valuable. There's a lot of people that are going to benefit from what you're, not just from this, but from what you're doing as far as like bringing people that want to start businesses together and have them like lean on each other and kind of like get this information in a way.
Looks like we lost Rohan there.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Cool. So yeah, no, I was just saying props to you for doing this, man. It's really important. Really important. Yeah.
Thanks, man. We'll be in touch because I'm working on some things, so
Sure.
we'll definitely be in touch.
Awesome, man. Thank you very
All right.
much.
Thank you, man.
All right.
All right, guys, that was Rohan, owner of WetShaveClub.com. I hope you guys enjoyed that and all the feedback, insight, etc. that he gave us. That was a lot of content. Robert and Steven, sorry you have to follow him, but I'm sure your presentation is going to be just as good or even better.
Absolutely.
All right, guys. Well, you know what? We can just go ahead and just start into the next one. Stephen and his partner, Robert Rickey, they are basically created marketplacesuperheroes.com. It's basically a course dedicated to selling physical goods on Amazon. Stephen and his partner, with their powers combined, have sold over 4.5 million of physical products in 3 years via fulfillment by Amazon. I was on their webinar last week. It was really good. Basically, I just asked them to come here and more or less do the same thing because a lot of the questions you guys asked were answered on their webinar, so no sense in reinventing the wheel, right? So I am going to hand the floor over to Stephen and Robert, and you guys take it away.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks for having us. I really appreciate it. We're going to see if we can get Robert here with our screen share. As we said, we're almost hangout virgins, so apologies if we're going to be a second just getting this together. I think Robert might have it together now, though.
Yeah, can you see that, Stephen?
Yep, that's good. Let it rock and roll.
That's on now. You ready to go?
Yep, I think on my screen it's just we're not actually playing, but that might just be, I don't know. I don't know if that's what everybody else can see or not.
Yeah, I can see the presentation.
Perfectly. Okay, great.
Cool.
Okay, well I'll open my presentation from here then. It's gonna be a lot easier. Okay.
As Stephen says, it's a wee bit of hangout virgins. We're more we're more the other brand type of people.
Yeah. Well, no, this is great. Okay, right, Robert. So, okay, guys. Well, I'll just get started. So, before we jump into the core part of the presentation and we start talking about all these different Amazon-related things and how to get started with certain products and all this kind of stuff, we just thought we'd give you a quick bit of background about who we are and how we've got to this point. So, my name's Stephen Summers, and I started in this business about 4 years ago with Mr. Robert Rickey here. Before I had actually started an e-commerce business with Robert, I was studying marketing in college at nighttime, and I was trying to become, unfortunately, a professional musician. I say unfortunately because it did not work out. So essentially, I was working in a job during the day because the whole band thing was happening at nighttime, and I was studying marketing at nighttime as well. And so that was my kind of bit of income during the day. essentially the ban did not work out as it some a lot of times doesn't for people, and I had to try and find a way to get a business going because I was basically unemployable. In that I had studied marketing in college, but nobody was going to give me a job, so I was sort of stuck at the time. So I searched and searched online for answers to what I should do, and I went out and did the usual that a lot of you guys probably did, in that I looked at affiliate marketing and all this kind of stuff. And really, it didn't sit well with me because it just felt like I'd never really made any money, so why should I tell anybody else how to make money? It just did not seem right. So I thought physical products would be a really good way to go to start a business and learn how to actually make money doing this thing. So I was searching for maybe, must have been 2 years, trying to find good information that could actually teach me how to do this. But I could never really find anything that useful. I used, I remember one time I was using a guide. It was called, I think it was Simple Market Research or something like that. But all it was telling me was go to Google Keyword Tool. It's now the Keyword Planner, and like search for keywords, and you're going to find all these different ideas about what to sell and all that kind of stuff. And to be honest, I just didn't really find very much value in that, because when you don't know what is selling online and you don't know the market, how can you possibly know what to search in Google Keyword Planner for? So that was a real problem for me. So like I say, went out, started looking at more and more things. They started telling me, oh, go and look at eBay, the listings that have ended, and it'll tell you what's selling. Go look at eBay Pulse, all these different things. But all these tactics really didn't get me anywhere at all. It just made me more confused and just more confused. So then I luckily got to meet this guy, Robert, who's still my partner to this day. And he taught me pretty much from scratch how this whole thing works, because he had a pretty successful business at the time. So what I'm going to do is we'll come back to whenever we start working together. I'll let Robert just jump in and give a quick bit of his background, and then we'll rock on from there.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen.
Sure.
I mean, my background actually comes from, I started off after school in my traditional family business, and we were actually wholesalers of consumer electronic accessories. And whenever I had come out of school, went into the family business, because it was so old school, it was the style of buying and selling locally and everything else, I knew that I wanted to turn that around a little bit and sort of put my stamp on it by bringing it more online with what was coming out in the mid to late 90s, which was sort of websites and e-commerce, and it was very virginal, especially in the European market. And even back then, there was no off-the-shelf packages like there are now. Everything had to be coded, developed from absolute scratch. And this was well before the marketplaces of eBay and Amazon came to town. But it was actually then, whenever these marketplaces came to town, that even though our website had been very, very successful and it really repaid us back dividends very quickly, I knew that these marketplaces were going to be absolutely huge from the start. So I knew I had to get a new project together. So I actually got a partner, not Stephen, it was a previous business. We started off selling on eBay, on Amazon, through the contacts that I'd already built up with inside that industry. So we were still buying locally, still selling locally. But we had a good amount of success with that in the early years. But every time that we did have the success, we had to actually grow the size of the business. Logistics, warehousing, staff, everything had to grow. And this was actually causing a lot of workload on me, because I was working a lot of hours, and I was the one with the knowledge. And even though we were adding in staff at times, every single time we had any growth, we immediately followed that with problems. More premises, more staff, more software, and it almost happened on a 6-monthly basis. This pain would come. And then it was even getting to the stage of managing staff, so the workload was just getting more and more and more, even though, we were turning over well in excess of $1 million a year, every year. But then, as Stephen said, myself and himself got together, and we started looking at what we could dissect from this business. The good bits of it we could rip out, and the sort of the pain points or the badness we could rip away. So again, turning back over to Stephen, who will probably talk about sort of fixed and variable costs that we were looking at that stage.
Yeah, so at the time, thanks, Robert. At the time, the big problem with that business was there was lots of staff, as Robert mentioned, lots of warehouses and that kind of thing. And this is something that a lot of people get involved in whenever they start in a physical products business. They assume they need to take on these things very, very early. Now, this isn't an absolute, not everybody does this, but this is just something that certainly I would have noticed whenever I was starting off. So yeah, at the time, with two warehouses, eight staff, and just was costing a lot of money. So
I
no
think
matter
it's
what we, sorry,
I
go on.
think as well, Stephen. Sorry, sometimes it can happen subconsciously. You start off a business,
Yeah.
you're saying it's going to be small. Before you know it, you've just expanded it. You've got somebody into working, and it just takes over.
Absolutely. So that's it. And so yeah, at the time we had to look at a new model, and this is where we're going to come to really what we've achieved over the time. So we're coming back to those fixed and variable costs in a second, actually, because we want to talk about this traditional way of selling products online. So anyway, we've created this system, as Travis mentioned, whenever we started the webinar. We've sold over $4.5 million physical products in the last 3 years, only on Amazon. We now sell in 7 countries on Amazon. We don't have any warehouse anymore. We got no staff whatsoever. We just have a little office over here in Ireland. We've imported over 300,000 individual products, and we've expanded our business, like I say, into 7 countries. So this traditional way of selling, as we were just sort of talking about, in our opinion, this traditional way is now pretty much dead, in that you pick a product you want to sell, and then you go and try and find ways of selling it, as in channels of selling it. And this is where a lot of people go wrong when they add in these warehouses. They realize that no matter what kind of month you have in a business, your costs are going to stay the exact same. So the new way we'll talk about in a second is more about connecting to a variable cost model. But just to say that this idea of, I am into yoga, so I should sell yoga products, and then I got to go find channels online. It can work for certain people if you're building a yoga-based brand. Maybe you've got actually a teaching brand or something like that, and you're looking to expand into products. But the way we sell our products solely on Amazon, solely using their FBA model, it doesn't work anymore, because we have a really big rule in our business whereby we fulfill demand, we do not create demand, which we'll come back to a little bit later on. But basically all this means is we're looking for what people are currently buying right now online, and how can we find that gap in the market and exploit that gap in the market by creating a more valuable proposition for that customer to actually purchase our products. So just to talk about the power of the marketplace now, I'm assuming we're on that slide, Rob.
We are indeed.
Yeah, that's cool. So marketplaces are really they're the new shopping malls, although they're very, very big shopping malls. And as a lot of you guys will be more than aware, Amazon is now pretty much the leader in e-commerce. It has over 244 million customers. They currently sell in 10 countries. We sell in 7 of them, and we can talk a little bit about why we don't sell in all 10 of them a little bit later on. But just to say that it is so simple now to sell online internationally using Amazon, and we don't say it's always easy, even though we say here it's easy to do it, in that it's simple but not necessarily easy, in that Amazon have brought in a lot of different things like their European unified account, which allows you to sell in 5 European countries using one account. We can kind of get into that a little bit later on if we've got time, but just to say that the barriers really have come down. Currency conversion and all these different things now make it possible for us to sell in all these different countries, in some cases using the same business entity as well, insofar as you can sell in the likes of the US, and you can also sell in Europe using that same LLC if you're in the US, for example, or a limited company if you're in, say, the United Kingdom and you want to sell into the US. Now, there are issues with that, which we could come to probably at another time, but just to say it's absolutely possible. And it's a really good time to get involved, actually, because Europe is where Amazon is growing really crazily now at the minute. The US is still a very strong market for them, as is Canada growing, but Europe is really where it's at, because most sellers, especially in the US, who are in the biggest market, because let's face it, the US Amazon is still the biggest in the world. The US is very, very much not a saturated market, but it's highly competitive at the moment. And that's not to say you can't make a lot of sales there. You can. It's growing for us at the moment at an incredible rate. But just to say that you really have got to look at getting into Europe if you want to catch the boat on Amazon and really exploit it to the max. And the really good news is that you don't need to sell hundreds and hundreds of products at any one time. We actually have a rule, which we're going to talk about in a little while, that will show you just how powerful the multiplication effect of selling in Europe on Amazon actually is. So we needed to look at a more modern approach for doing business in our business a few years ago, and this modern approach we suspect is going to continue in 2015 and beyond because of the fact that it brings back e-commerce back to its roots again, as I think Robert talks about a lot, and I'll get you to talk about that in a second, Robert. This idea that people used to start businesses in their bedrooms in e-commerce, and people moved from that to how can I turn this into a huge company, like lots of staff, lots of infrastructure, lots of warehouses. We see it all the time online, and I think that this model of going backwards to a more lean approach, as Eric Ries talks about in the Lean Startup, is really where e-commerce is going because of the fact that people like Amazon offer their fulfillment by Amazon service. And we'll get into that in a second, exactly what that is. But Robert, what do you think of that, going backwards now to this smaller approach again?
Yeah, I think as you covered, Stephen, that's where the internet started from, and that's where a lot of startups had a serious amount of success back in the day. Whenever, as you said, starting from bedrooms or garages or lockups, and that was where they were able to compete against the high street in terms of physical products, but also now coming into more digital services and everything else, they can compete with the high street so easily, and they can batter them on price because of their overheads being low. But then, as you mentioned, people then started to get involved in small warehouses, and they started to get in staff, and then small warehouses turned into medium size, turned into larger, more staff, more software, and it became out of control, if you want to say it that way. It turned back into an old style business rather than a new style business. Yeah. And especially with the power now of the Amazon system, and attaching that to the outsourcing that you can do, plus, as you have mentioned many times already, and we'll continue to speak about it, this international element, the opportunities here for growth and goals are, it's going out of control itself, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So really this modern approach, it takes in advantage of this Amazon FBA thing, which we will give you a very quick idea of what that is in a second. Well, we'll give it to you right now. So basically, Amazon FBA, what this is fulfillment by Amazon, and all this means for whoever doesn't know what this means is that essentially we send our products in bulk to Amazon, be it in the US, be it in Canada, or into the European zone, European marketplaces with Amazon, and they put it into stock. And whenever we sell that product on Amazon, Amazon will then ship that product on our behalf to the customer. They'll also look after the inbound customer services relating to that order, meaning that if a customer has a query of where is my item or something like that, Amazon will take that query. And just to say, like, that query alone, it might sound like not a big deal, but from our experience, whenever we used to manage the customer services in Robert's old business, we used to get anywhere from 200 customer queries a day to 75% or so of those would have been where is my item. And the problem with a where is my item question is that you actually have to go and track where the item is. And a lot of times as e-commerce sellers, you're going to see a lot of other people telling you should be selling small, light products. And that's not a bad idea for sure. We would go along with that to a degree. But just to say, if that is what your business model is comprised of, well, you are going to likely not be able to send that out on what is called a tracked service, whereby the courier will actually track it and tell you where it is at all times. So the problem then being that you have to, well, you can't actually track the item if you haven't sent it on a tracked delivery. So you got to go back to a customer and say, I actually cannot track this product, and it should be with you in a few days. And as you can see, the customer service queries around something like that is just insane, whereas Amazon pretty much tracks everything, so they deal with it for you. They track it because they get good enough rates whereby they can actually afford that. So it's an absolute no-brainer for business. Some people say it's expensive, which we could probably come to a little bit later on, just to say it's not expensive. But anyway, Amazon Prime is probably the second really big innovation that we'd like to talk about with Amazon. The first innovation being, of course, FBA itself. And Amazon Prime, all that means is that a customer pays a one-off fee to Amazon per year, and this gets them into the Amazon Prime program. So whenever they're part of the Prime program, they get access to an expedited delivery service on any product that they buy from Amazon, or if we as Amazon sellers are using FBA, our items actually qualify for this Prime service as well. And the great thing about that being, we get access to all these great services Amazon offer customers, meaning that our conversion rates, i.e. the amount of people that browse on our product listing and actually buy from us, that dramatically increases because customers trust Amazon. They're happy to see Amazon send them the products, and they can get this expedited delivery service, which is very hard to compete with because of the rates Amazon can actually command. And just to show you a very quick graph, actually, of how Amazon Prime members heavily outspend the non-Prime customers. So you got to take this into consideration when you're selling an FBA. You're actually really molding your business for people who are Prime customers. A lot of people say, and if anybody here is interested in selling on Amazon, you've probably read this, that you should only sell products that are over $35 because if someone's not part of the Prime program, they don't get this Prime shipment and all this stuff. Robert, you could probably explain a little more about that in a second. But just to say that things like that really, really aren't relevant because we only are concerned with the Prime customers.
Yeah, the Prime customers are really the ones that we're after because they are the heavy spenders. They're the ones that go to Amazon and actually search for products. They don't go anywhere else because they've already paid their one-off membership and they're damn sure they're going to take advantage of it at every single juncture that they possibly can. So therefore, any single thing that they need for their house or car or anything else that they may require in their daily life, they're going to go to Amazon first and search for it and say, can I get this? Because I know I'm going to get my free expedited delivery. And in terms of that $35 mark, or it's £10 sterling in the UK, it really is a bit of a misnomer because it's information that's been out there in the ether which is incorrect. They're going along the ethos of that if you have an offering there which is free delivery to every single person online, then that's where you should actually be pricing it at. Sorry, not online, on Amazon, but that's where you should be pricing your item. But I mean, if your item actually sits more comfortably at $25 and you're making a great margin on it, well then if you move it to $35, you are going to take your conversion rates down. And it is just as simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you very much, Robert. Well, with all that said, you've got the idea of where we're going, why we got involved in this, and really why, if you want to get involved in Amazon, you've got to get involved in FBA, you've got to get involved in the international model that Amazon now have out there. So anyway, let's jump on to what we call the Rule of 5, and this is the path to a six-figure business. Robert, just to say, I believe that the slide is stuck on slide 1, but again, we can go back and edit this in post a bit later on, but it's all good anyway. So anyway, let's just keep it rocking. Rule of 5. And the Rule of 5 really, the background to the Rule of 5 is the fact that a lot of people say that you need to sell hundreds of products online to make any money. And this comes from a lot of times whenever people are buying, not necessarily importing as we do, we import 100% of our products. If they're buying it from, say, local wholesalers, local suppliers, that kind of thing, the problem there is that if you're selling hundreds and hundreds of these SKUs, it can become very hard to manage the actual business, and also you mightn't actually be making very much money per product, so you don't need to sell hundreds to make a really good business in this. Also, you need to sell these products that are expensive. That is also not necessarily true. Coming back to that $35 thing we just discussed, we sell lots of products that are $15.99 up to, we've got a product actually that's $150 that we would sell. But the thing is that it doesn't need to be a certain price. The only price you should never sell at is anything under $7 because you cannot, with the FBA model, really make enough money or enough profit if you're selling something at $7 purely because of the different costs that go into running an FBA-based business. Also, people think like, oh God, I gotta invest thousands of dollars to get started in something like this, and that's also not necessarily true. But what's also not true are these people that are going to tell you, you can actually get started with $100 importing products and selling online, and that is absolutely just not true. And the reason that that's not true is because like if you spend $100 on something and you get like, I don't know, 10 or 20 units of something in, well, if you sell 10 or 20 units of those over 3 months, what has that really told you about how many products you can actually sell? And the answer is, it's not told you a whole lot about about data. You've no historical data to go on, so that just doesn't work in our opinion either. And finally, there's this idea if you need these special skills and abilities, you don't need any of that kind of stuff, but you do need a system, you do need to know your figures very, very well. So it's all BS in our opinion. But here is actually what you do need. You need 5 products selling in 5 countries, which is a lot simpler than you think, as we mentioned earlier on. You need to have 5 sales of each product per country, and you need to be achieving a $5 net profit per product. And if you can do all that, do you have an idea how much that makes per month? Well, the answer is makes $18,750 net profit per month. And the reason that this figure is kind of alarming to people is because it is only 5 products. It's only 5 sales per day in 5 different countries, making 5 sales per day. I always mess that up. Sorry, Robert.
That's okay.
The way I say it.
5 products, 5 countries, 5 sales per products per country at an average of $5 profit.
Yeah, I did say that, but just not as clearly as that, so apologies again. But anyway, the $18,750, you put that out over a year, it's $225,000 net profit. And this is actually net profit, not the profit everybody tells you they're actually making, which is like I'm making 65% and all these random figures people throw out to you. This is real net profit in your pocket. And the main profit percentage that we work on is what's called the profit on investment, which means that whatever we invest in a product, we want to get a return on that. And so if we are looking at 100% profit on investment, which means that if we invest $5, we want to get $10 back, $5 of that being profit, as in we're doubling our money on that particular product. And that's very, very important. So if someone says they're making 65% on an imported product, if they're talking about profit on investment after all their expenses, that's actually not a good investment in physical products, because of the fact that if you're importing and you're shipping by sea, which we highly recommend, all these people shipping by air, we might really upset you, but basically to build a long-term business, you got to be going by sea. And so that's what you got to do to get to this level, this kind of business. And just to say, with 244 million potential customers, you got to ask yourself, could I make 5 sales per day of 5 products, blah, blah, blah. Yes, of course you can. And this is the really exciting multiplier effect of Amazon FBA. So I want to give you a very quick 6-figure case study behind one of our products that we currently sell internationally on Amazon. So Robert usually actually presents this particular example because he is the numbers guy in our business. And I'd like to just let Robert just bounce on and give you an idea of what one of our products does. That's just one line. I have to keep repeating that. So go for it, Rob.
Yeah, and I mean, this does actually blow out our rule of 5 completely, because it actually almost does it on its own. However, it does just let you see what is potential as time goes on, especially with the international element. This is actually one of our SKUs that we sell currently, and the reason why we're using November 2004 figures is because 2014, yeah.
That was a while ago.
It's late in the week. It's getting later by the day. So it's 2014 is because December and January will have spikes. So therefore we decided to use a more sort of normal month, if we want to call it that. So in the US, in that month, we sold 310 units of this product. In the UK, we sold 192. And in the German market, which we call DE for Deutschland, we sold 1,281 units in that month. In the other marketplaces that we have this product in, we sold 59 in the month. The product itself sells for an average of $19.99. Obviously in the UK, it's in pound sterling. In Germany, it's in euros. But it all sort of comes around to approximately $20 of an average sales price. The profit on each particular unit, after everything has been paid for, shipping in, shipping out, Amazon fees, the lot, is $8. So therefore, doing some multiplying down, we had monthly sales of that product across all the countries of just shy of 40,000 US dollars, and the average monthly profit, as in clear profit again, was just shy of $15,000 in 1 month in one product. And we actually only have to have an order to our supplier in this product of 1,000 pieces, but we actually have to order 7,000 of these to keep up with demand. So, as it says at the very bottom there, this particular unit nets us down in clear profit $176,832 per year.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a pretty exciting business to be in. Actually, that one product is. Of course, we sell a lot more than that, but that's just to give you an idea of that's a winner. That is a real winner. That is not like a typical result of an FBA product, but it's something that can actually happen with time. And just to say, anybody who's ever had any experience with Amazon FBA, we didn't drive any traffic to this. We didn't pay any money to drive traffic. We've also never put in inserts trying to get people back to our website as we do on Amazon, which is not a good idea. It's against a lot of Amazon's terms of service. We also didn't really do anything remotely fairy dust-ish, which in our world really means that we didn't really do anything crazy with it. We just basically found something in demand and we listed it. We optimized our listing. We got that thing out internationally. We knew our figures, sold at a price that everybody wanted to buy it at, and it's still rocking every single day. So
I think as well, Stephen, as you mentioned fairy dust there, we didn't go out and pimp for reviews like a lot of people go out and do. We didn't run coupons and try and drag things. The real work was done in the research, and that's the whole thing about it.
Yeah, and again, that's another strategy or tactic you're going to hear as well. Is a lot of people out there will give their products away basically for $1, in that the workflow behind it is I list the product on Facebook, I then drive people to what's called a bridge page, which is just like a sales page for that particular product. They have videos and all that other kind of stuff there, and they sell the product for $1 inside the website, giving people a coupon for Amazon. People then go to Amazon with the coupon. They basically buy the product then and there with the coupon for $1. So it's great for a customer because they get the product cheap. But the problem is that people say, this helps me now convert way more people because I start moving up the conversion chart within Amazon insofar as my conversion rate increases because it's essentially 100%. And then if that's happening, Amazon are going to say, wow, this is a really great seller. We should move this up the list now because that's what we want to do. We want to sell more products. But you can't really game Amazon's system that way. Some people have had some success with it, but to be honest, if you're starting, as most people start in this business, with not a huge budget, you can't afford to do these kind of things because you might have to give away absolutely hundreds and hundreds of products before you see any kind of traction whatsoever with that particular product. Again, I hate using the word traction, but it's the word you got to use.
I think as well, Stephen, what have you actually proved to yourself? You've proved to yourself that you can sell it for $1. Well, that's really good.
That's impressive.
But, yeah, really impressive. I mean, you can give it away, well done. But, whenever it goes to its correct price, the conversion starts falling away. Well, then what's going to happen? It's going to go the opposite direction again, which actually has a reverse effect, and therefore there's no real long-term strategy there. And I call that winging it, whereas we gather data so that we can make educated decisions.
Yeah, and also we'll just go to the next slide there, and we'll just to say, like, considering all this with this business, and this is the truth, you can get started in something like this for as little as $1,000. But the reality is, and this is the real reality, you've got to be starting at least between $1,000 and $3,000 in something like an Amazon FBA business to really start with any kind of numbers. And the reason we start at that level, it all depends. I mean, people always ask us, exactly what should you start with and things like that. And it's hard to give an example that's perfect because it depends on what the product it is you're going to buy. If you get an FOB price from your Chinese supplier, it just means a free on board or a freight on board price. Basically, the price you're going to pay to buy the product, getting it to the dock. Right in saying that, Robert? You get it to the dock at that price, right?
That's the dock by supplier.
Yeah, exactly. So at that kind of price, it all depends. Maybe the product you're buying is $20 FOB, maybe it's $5 FOB, maybe it's $1 FOB. It all depends. And then on that, the value of the product, then you're going to get what's called a minimum order quantity from your supplier, or an MOQ, which basically means that it's the minimum amount of products that particular person or supplier will accept from you as an order. And that all depends on who you're dealing with. We can get into things like trading companies and factories at that point, but I mean, we would be here all day if we start getting into that kind of stuff. And really, this is just to give you a flavor for how this whole thing works. So just to say, you can start at that kind of level, and you can start small and scale up, but you got to be aware that if you're starting at this kind of level, you're probably only going to be able to bring in one product, which is fine. But we would, again, really, really highly encourage you to consider expanding that product out internationally as soon as you can. So that's just an idea of how much it costs to get started and that kind of thing. So now we want to talk a little bit about this idea of, isn't investing in physical products risky? Because this is something we get asked quite a lot from people who join our marketplace superhero system, and we just want to talk a little bit about different investments you could look at and just give you a picture of what physical products can actually do online on Amazon using FBA. So if you consider a bank investment, your return percentages on a bank investment, being a savings account or something like that, or a mutual fund or something along those lines, is going to be between 3 to 7%. 3% at the low end of savings, but very, very kind at that level. 7% being the upper end, which again, you may not actually be able to achieve with that kind of investment. So the return on a product is actually 100%. So immediately we can see quite a difference. So I want to just show you very, very quickly how that works. And the final point is there's a thing we call the flip. And the flip, actually, do you know what? I'll let Robert, you can explain the flip, Rob, because you'd be better than I explaining that one.
Yeah, so what we're talking about whenever we mean the flip is you're really looking at flip time. So therefore, if it takes you, let's say 2 to 3 months to actually do your research, bring your product in, get it shipped in, get it sitting in Amazon ready for sale, and it takes another 3 months to actually sell out the inventory amount that you had to bring in, then we would call that a 6-month flip. So therefore, if that being the case, that's where we get that this return can be repeated twice a year at least. So in that instance as well, you wouldn't be then having to research again, you would just be rebuying. So you might actually be able to flip that more times inside that first year.
Yeah, okay, cool. So let's take an imaginary investment now of $5,000, because this is the kind of level that some people come in at with this kind of business. We just want to show you the difference. So let's say you save $5,000 at 3% at a bank over 3 years. Remember, this is over 3 years. Well, the result with that particular bank, the investment, will be you make a profit of about $463 off your initial $5,000, getting a profit on your investment of about 9.3%. So not too bad because it compounds over time. Second example we'd like to give you is think about now 7%. We buy a mutual fund or something like that. We let it ride for 3 years because that's what all these different financial gurus tell us we should do. Well, we would actually make $1,125 against our initial $5,000 over the 3 years, getting us a profit on investment of 22.5%, which I have to say, for very little risk, actually isn't a bad return. However, hold on to your hat, because we want to now look at the same example with a physical products-based business. So you invest $5,000 at 100% profit on investment in physical products over 3 years. Well, that $5,000 you initially invested, this sounds unbelievable, but it's true, it would turn into $80,000. You'd actually make a profit on investment of 1,500%, which sounds ridiculous.
Just to actually reprove that is
Yes.
because the original 2 examples, you were putting your money in and not touching it because that's the way it was set up in terms of mutual funds or savings. So to do exactly the same thing here, not bringing it out, not touching it, your first flip at 100% would go from 5,000 to 10,000. That could take, let's say, 9 months. I'm being kind, not even at 6 months. Your second flip would go from 10,000 to 20,000. So you can see where I'm going here. That's another 9 months. Again, being very, very generous in time there. The third 9 months would take you from 20 to 40, and the final 9 months from 40 to 80.
Yeah, so there you go. It's pretty impressive. Again, you wouldn't be touching that money, but just to say that is what can happen when you do your research correctly and when you get the right product at the right price with the right offering for the customer. And just to say that you're actually 70 times better off investing in a physical product than you are in a bank savings account or in a mutual fund or something like that. And of course, yes, we could say it would be good to have a balanced portfolio over time where you got some savings, you got some other investments, and maybe you've got a physical products business as well. And also just to say, we're very realistic. We're not saying that this is like so easy, you buy any product and bring it in and this will happen. No, you've got to do a lot of research up front, and that's something we spend a lot of our time teaching inside our own system to our members. That's a huge part of our process. And I mean, if you're going to get into this business, you've got to know what you're doing on your research, or you're not going to achieve these figures. And just to say, the idea of risk comes from not knowing what you're doing. This is something that Warren Buffett said a few years ago when he was talking about the idea of risk. And this is like a big thing for people getting involved in a physical products business, even inside of Amazon. If you don't know what you're doing, then you are risking you can risk quite a lot, especially if your minimum order quantity is very high. Also, if you're selling physical products outside of Amazon, if you're, say, building the product, sometimes you can, you can get a low minimum order quantity. But generally speaking, you're going to have to order relatively big. And, if you don't know what you're doing in that world, you can really cost yourself quite a lot of money. So anyway, getting aside from all that kind of stuff, we're just going to talk now about the 12 kind of steps of scaling this kind of business, and we'll talk briefly about the different stages in each step, and then that's going to pretty much wrap up our presentation for today. And then if we've got any questions or anything like that, we can deal with them then. So anyway, this actual formula or blueprint, whatever you want to call it, this is what we use today and what we have used for the last few years, and it's helped us sell over $4.5 million. Again, a big part of our business is the fact that it's simple and lean. And I want to touch on something that I talked about at the start of the presentation now, which is the idea of variable and fixed costs. So I talked about fixed costs, the idea of warehouses, staff, and all that kind of thing, and the fact that if you have those in your business, if you have a good month, it's fine because they're fixed. But if you got a bad month in your business, it's not good because you still got to pay those costs. So moving to the variable model, all that means is we want to try and attach as many costs to our sales as possible, meaning just taking Amazon as our example, if we sell a lot of products on Amazon in a day, we pay a lot of commission to Amazon, and we pay a lot of the other related costs for getting that product shipped out to the customer. However, if we don't sell a lot of products in any one day, well, we don't pay the commissions because we haven't sold, well, let's say anything. Let's imagine we sell nothing in one day. We don't pay any commissions. We don't pay any of the different costs to Amazon because of the fact that nothing was shipped out on that of those orders in that particular day. And also, people might say, well, what about storage? Well, yes, we would pay some storage to Amazon. However, that is also variable because every time we sell a product, the amount of space we're using in that warehouse is coming down all the time. So we're paying marginally less for our storage every single time. And so if you can do this in your business, even outside of Amazon, this is very, very important because you don't want to be stuck with warehouses and all these different things if you can avoid it. Now, sometimes that is unavoidable. And to be honest, those businesses just aren't for Robert and I anymore because we've been there, we've done it, we know the stress that's involved in it. So that's why we stick to this variable model. So just to say, with this model, like I mentioned earlier on, we've sold over, well, Robert included, we include the time Robert had not so long ago, the cumulative total will be over $10 million. And Robert pretty much used a similar version of this system whenever he was selling, the only difference being that they didn't use the variable model. And a million plus individual products have been sold in that time, as well as over 300,000 products imported. So we've done quite a lot with this system. So it does work, and it does seem overly simplistic. The reason for that is we have overly simplified it just to show you the overview of what's going on at every single step. So I'm going to let Robert just go through some of these different points now because I've done a lot of talking. So Robert, you can just jump in and bring everybody through the 12 different steps and just make sure to mention what each step is whenever you go through it as well.
Yeah, as we said, we have simplified these down to one sentence or a phrase. So we just want to go into each one a little bit further, not too far, or else, as Stephen said, we'll be here forever. So in terms of finding a product that's in demand, that's something that we covered at the very start. We said that the basis of our process is not trying to create demand, it's fulfilling demand. So we want to drill into Amazon because that's where our customers are. That's where our customers are using Amazon as a search engine, so that's where they're actually going to find products. They're not going to Google, they're not going to eBay, they're actually Amazon customers. So we want to go to Amazon and start our research process, which we actually call the 4S product gauntlet. 4S because there's 4 steps to it, and each step starts with an S. And that particular first area is a search. Very, very straightforward. And what we're doing in search is we're actually applying item specifics to avoid. That's right, we're actually eradicating products rather than selecting them almost. And this then starts to apply viability to a product. Is this product viable or is it not viable? And what we mean by these item specifics to avoid, there's a big, big list of them, but to give you some examples would be glass, we don't go near that. Electronics, we don't go near that. The reason why we don't do electronics is you can have issues with it and it's not international. We also don't do items of a certain length or a certain weight, not because let's say, large or heavy items are not good, but it's more so that if they go outside of the boundaries of what Amazon can fulfill, then we don't touch them. And the products then move forward into the shortlist phase, where we start looking at the logic behind the product. Is it logical for me to sell this? This then takes us on to point 2, where we're looking at sourcing and pricing, or pricing and sourcing as I should really have it. And this is where we enter the third S in this 4S product gauntlet, which is select. So we're actually drilling down then on the profitability of the item. So we've looked at viability, we've looked at logic, and now we're looking at profitability. So we're looking for certain variables that we don't have at the minute, such as the FOB price, as Stephen mentioned, the dimensions of a product, and the weights of the product. And these are actually some of the things that other people out there don't tell you to look for. They don't care about dimensions, they don't care about weight, and yet they are critical, absolutely critical to working out your actual profits down to the last cent or the last penny in the European market. So that's a big, big part of our system as well. We then go on to point 3, where we're looking, as Gain said, the course, and we're looking to bring in some sort of golden nugget here that even if you don't ever contact us again or anything like that, if you're going to sell something on the Amazon platform and you're going after some research, you're looking at a product, you've got to at least match what's out there. You know, you can't come in with a lesser offering and expect it to fly off the shelves. It's got to at least match what's out there. So we're actually bringing in samples, testing them out to see whether they tick all the boxes that we require them to tick. Then as point 4, as Stephen mentioned, this MOQ, what we're actually looking to do is to find what the suppliers are willing to sell to us in terms of quantities, and we want to almost renegotiate that again. If we can add 10 cents on to reduce the order by half, that's going to help us in terms of bringing down the quantities that we have to bring in to start with, which can also mean that we can get involved in more than one product at a go. So, and again, myself and Stephen have developed a lot of scripts over the years, which we're happy to give anybody, and you can actually go and get those trial orders negotiated. Then we move on to the actual importing process, where again we've built up a plethora of a network of contacts and how to actually bring this these products into countries like the US or the UK. And I guess this is somewhere where I actually have a real big pain point, and I'm very contrarian to what a lot of people out there say, which is my pain point here comes with this speed scenario. A lot of people want to import these products by couriers or by air freight, and these air freights actually kill profitability, or they certainly kill the excess profit that you can make. And it doesn't really bode well for the planning and research stage. It's more about speed rather than about haste. So I have a real problem in that area. 6, 7, and 8 are really more to do with, you know, what you're doing inside your Amazon account, because you're going to be preparing orders to ship in stuff into their fulfillment centers. You're going to be arranging deliveries by pallets or by boxes, more likely boxes to start with, and then moving on to pallets to take advantage of the economies of scale that you can get. And then we look at optimizing the listings. And again, as we mentioned, you know, there's no fairy dust or anything sprinkled over this. This is hard work at the start, and then optimizing listings for conversion. You know, letting people know that our products have the features that they are wanting to have in their product. Moving on, then we look at the last sort of the final mile, if you want to call this. So whenever your items are in, we're going to be monitoring sales and trying to ascertain these run rates. And a run rate is really the amount of product that you can sell in any given period. The period that we like to use, we call a term, which is a 2-weekly period or 14 days. And the reason that we do that is twofold. The first being that Amazon generally pays you out on a 2-weekly basis, and also because a 2-weekly basis doesn't change any numbers, whereas a month could be 31 or 30 or 28 in some instances. A 2-week period is always 14 days. So that's why we use those run rates, which actually allow us to start forecasting and planning the numbers behind what's going to happen in the future. And if we know what run rates we're going to achieve and what we're going to actually sell, and we know the sales price that we're selling them for, well, then we can actually start to plan out our cash way, way, way into the future, which brings us nicely on to points 11 and 12, whereby we can reorder with ease and we can add in new products with frequency.
Great. Cool. Thank you very much, Robert, for that. So that's really our process. Like I say, it's the kind of step-by-step thing, and there is a lot more to every single step, and especially when you start to expand internationally. Again, like we mentioned earlier on, it is simple, but it's not necessarily easy insofar as, you come into a lot of different things, like a lot of US sellers. I don't mean to pick on US sellers, but I've just seen it a lot with our US friends. They would tend to immediately start selling into Europe via an LLC. A lot of people have a limited liability corporation set up over in the States. And the problem there, as just one example, is that you have to register in Europe immediately for what is called VAT, which is value-added tax. And all value-added tax is, it's just a sales tax like you guys have in the States, and it's also here in Europe as well. And so the difference really is that VAT, A, is a lot higher than the sales tax that we typically would be charged in the States. Also, there's a couple of other things, like whenever you're importing a product into the European Union, you have to pay a level of VAT to the government up front. Let's not get into that too much, or again, we could be here for a while. But just to say that VAT is something you got to be aware of. Now, if you come into the European Union with an LLC straight away, you must register for VAT immediately by law, I suppose, over here. But the difference is we would do other things, like we would recommend, well, maybe you don't set up an LLC straight away. There are other options for a US company to set up in this neck of the woods. And we've gone to a lot of work there to basically bring together all of our contacts. It took us absolutely years to put together, and that's what we provide through people in our group. But just to say, look, if you never even speak to us again or whatever, you just take the information, even if you're not selling on Amazon right now, you're doing something else, that's just one piece of advice I would give you. If you're coming into Europe, don't necessarily just come in with an LLC and try and register for VAT straight away. Look into your options. There are a lot more options. Also, be mindful if you're selling electronic products, as something Robert mentioned earlier on. We might get a lot of people booing us quickly when we say we don't sell electronic products. We don't sell them on Amazon because they're difficult to sell. It's different if you're selling your own website potentially. We just find that there are fault rates and things like that with electronic products we'd rather avoid. And also, if you're selling in the European Union, if you're selling something that is powered with a plug, well, problem there is you've got all different, 3-pin plugs and 2-pin and all this kind of thing. So you've got compatibility issues straight away, and they're just reasons we try and avoid all that kind of stuff. So
I think the big figure there, Stephen, just to drop on people, as you say, if they never ever get on with us or do anything like that, is that I always like to mention the figure that you can actually save in terms of doing things properly, business structure wise.
Yes.
And that figure is in excess of $15,000. That's the actual saving that can be made doing it the right way, which is kind of frightening.
Yeah, because again, just to give a really quick reason behind that, the reason that Robert's come up with that figure is because if you're selling it with an LLC directly into Europe, you're going to be charged VAT straight away, or rather, you are going to have to charge your customers VAT straight away and collect that for the government and pay it to the government. But if you use a different business structure that we would recommend, you can avoid having to charge VAT straight away. You have a threshold of VAT whereby you can make sales with no VAT charged and basically save that kind of $15,000 mark. So that's a quick one. So let's just jump on from that because we're getting very specific. So the final part of our presentation, and we're going to finish up then, are the 7 biggest mistakes new sellers make. And we're going to really, and whenever we say new sellers, we're talking about new Amazon sellers as well, just to say. So the first error, we talked about this before earlier on, it's that they try to create demand instead of fulfilling that demand. And the reality is that it is very expensive to create demand. If you look at somebody like Google, Apple, any of those big companies, they create demand for new products all the time. It costs them a ton of money in advertising, billions per year in advertising, in fact. And also, they have extremely strong brands that it is with very strong brand recognition, and still cost them billions, millions every single year to do that. So you as a smaller seller starting off from scratch do not want to get involved in this. It's far better to find out what's selling, do it better, add value, and be competitive with that offer. And so the thing is that a lot of different systems say different things, and one of the main things people say is you should find products on Amazon that sell under 500 in a parent category. A parent category is just simply home and kitchen. That's a big category in Amazon, and in that category, you should be under 500. And if you're not under 500, well, you shouldn't necessarily look into researching that straight away. So these are the quote unquote hot products in a particular category. The second thing people say is that it should have less than 1,000 reviews, which is fair enough to a degree. And finally, it should be between $7 and $30, which we would actually agree with wholeheartedly. So they're the three things a lot of people say. There's actually a lot more than three. And if you're not aware of all these different things and how to really competitively do competitive analysis, it can be very hard to figure out exactly what you should sell. But just to say that the genesis of the idea is fulfilling that demand and selling what's already in demand. So anyway, you should add bonuses or bigger pack sizes to add value. Again, some people do this in that they do add a bonus. We've seen people, though, the problem is they put in a little insert into their product to say, to get your bonus, come back to our website and register on our website. And that's not something Amazon really likes. It's a gray hat tactic. It's not black hat. So it's not completely not allowed, but it's pretty much, you just shouldn't do it. Don't get involved in it if you're getting started there. And that's the thing. So you can add bonuses into your product by adding physical bonuses, or you can add in a guide or something like that, which you can get printed. You can add in with your product depending on what you're selling. You see it often with health products like, again, we wouldn't sell these because they're electronic, but a blender or a juicer or something like that might have a little guide in it to teach you how to make, whatever, smoothies or something like that. And then bigger pack sizes is something we focus on a lot. We've actually built software to not only manage your entire Amazon business, but also to figure out your profitability and figure out what we call a pack size sweet spot. And all a pack size is, if you're selling a light bulb is our favorite example. I suppose light bulb is the same phrase in the US. I'm assuming everybody's going to understand me. But all I mean is something that we would use to turn on the light and the light comes on, a light bulb. Anyway, a lot of people we would have seen would sell one light bulb, especially big brands like Philips or somebody like that in Europe. They might just list one light bulb on Amazon and try and sell it. And Amazon might sell it on their behalf, and it might do okay. But generally speaking, people will not just buy one light bulb online at one time. It just wouldn't make any sense. They would want to buy more than one at one time. So what we do is we create pack sizes to take advantage of that, add value to the offer, and just basically over-deliver for the customer, and that works very, very well. But there is a sweet spot, and that's the point, that you're making the POI that we talked about earlier on, that profit on investment of 100%. It's important to calculate that, because sometimes with a pack size you can become unprofitable, and also sometimes with a pack size you could just be selling far too many in a pack. Like the likelihood of somebody buying 100 light bulbs in one sale is relatively remote, unless they're a wholesaler or a shop or something, or a store or something like that. So anyway, the final thing we would say is that, look, products that have a BSR, a bestseller rank on Amazon, of less than 10,000 actually sell very well. We even have a product in the US that is at 17,000 and a bit in the home category, and that actually does about 15 sales a day, and it makes us a profit of, I'm assuming, about $5. Roughly correct, Robert? $4 to $5?
That's actually an $8 product.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, well, okay, that one, yes.
But you're on the right side.
Yeah. So anyway, I think we're thinking of a different one. But anyway, if it's $8, Robert says, by 15 a day, you can see it's very, very profitable product. So just keep that in mind whenever if you're getting involved in this kind of business. Second, a lot of these guys, when you're beginning, you can buy from local white label manufacturers who have zero loyalty. When we talk about white label, we've got two kind of definitions here that aren't the way we define it, but it's not necessarily correct by the dictionary version. A white label manufacturer, or supplier really as we would call them, that's somebody who already manufactures a product, brings it into, say, the US, or let's just say the UK, they hold it in stock, you buy that from that manufacturer, that supplier, and then they put your branding on that product for you. So it's basically you're sourcing domestically. And the problem with a lot of those guys is they don't have any loyalty, and also the next big problem is that you're possibly going to be selling something that is identical to everybody else, which isn't a good idea on somewhere like Amazon, where it's so easy to see all the different products that are available at any one time. And just to say, what a lot of these guys will tell you to do is, search white label manufacturer, white label supplier, and like Google, you find their website, you might pick out a product you like, you tell them to package it up and that kind of thing. But again, the loyalty is an issue, but also the listing protection is an issue. When we talk about that, all we're really saying is, on Amazon, whenever you list a product, you can only list one of a product at one time with one unique barcode. So if somebody is selling the exact same product as you, if it's a branded product, for example, and they've got the same EAN or barcode, it's another name for a barcode, they can just list against you and compete with you to get what's called the access to what's called the buy box on Amazon, and that's a real problem. Now, if you are buying from a white label supplier, the problem then is that you're going to have other people jumping on your listing because they might be buying from the same white label manufacturer. Even though you might have your own unique barcode, people will still jump on and try and list against you, and it's just a pain. And also, like I mentioned earlier on, if every product's identical, why would customers can't see any difference? And that's our third point of identical products. You know, the only real way of beating your competition, if you're selling something that's identical with no bonuses, no pack sizes, you got to lower your price, because there's nothing else you can do in a marketplace like Amazon to really stand out. And that's something that we obviously really highly recommend you not doing, is buying something that everybody else is buying. I did it when I started. I came out okay. I didn't lose money, but I didn't make any money. My margin was cut dramatically because I just copied what everybody else was doing. So, you know, the next point I want to make there is that a lot of new sellers will purchase branded products that are at a special price. We got involved in this whenever we started, in that we bought branded products that were from a wholesaler who got it at a really good price from maybe the direct supplier or possibly even another wholesaler, as it can happen sometimes if they're trying to blow out products or something like that. And the problem there is that, you know, it's good that you can buy at a good price, but the bad part of this is that the profits are squeezed hugely, because other people are going to buy that same product from that wholesaler, because like the white label domestic suppliers we talked about, they don't have really any loyalty to you whatsoever, because they just want to sell products, they want to get it moved, they don't care where you sell it, just get rid of it. And that's a real problem, because only one person can get access to a buy box at any one time, as I mentioned earlier on Amazon. There's very little sustainability in that kind of business model. We did it years ago, and every single month, whenever we got in a disbursement or a payment from Amazon, we always wondered why every 2 weeks our money would just flow back out the door again in huge quantities. And it was just because of this. It was not sustainable. That's why we actually don't do it anymore. We only buy imported products that are our own brand. So then a lot of new sellers don't expand internationally, and this is crazy. I can understand at the same time why people don't do it, and it's because they're not given the information they need. They don't have the contacts they need in every single country to get something like this set up, because you do need an accountant in the likes of the European Union. You do need somebody who's going to take care of your logistics, especially if you're using an outsourced model like us. You got to have what we call a freight hub, which is a building you can send your products to, who will prepare them, prepare the orders and get them into Amazon. A lot of people try and send stuff straight into Amazon, as Robert mentioned earlier on, with a courier or something like that. That is really bad news for a lot of reasons we just can't get into right now. But just to say, you got to have these partners in place. And, you know, before this was very difficult. We do offer all this kind of stuff to our members in our system, but that's just to mention that. So the great thing about Amazon now is that all you got to do in Europe, let's just talk about Europe for a second, to sell there really is just get your listings translated. And the reason that that's the case is Amazon have what is called two things. You've got a unified European account, which means that you can manage 5 countries from one seller central account, which is amazing. And the second thing that's kind of connected to that is what's called the European Fulfillment Network, or the EFN. And what the EFN does is basically it allows you to ship all your products to one location. Our example is always the United Kingdom, because if we were selling in the US, and you're an English speaker, you're going to want to go to the UK first because they also speak English. It's just the easiest way to initially expand. And if you're working with a service provider in the UK, you don't have any language barriers or anything like that. So let's just say your products are sitting in the United Kingdom. Even if you're a UK seller, this still applies because most European sellers haven't expanded on all the different platforms that they could sell in. So you send your products to that one country, Amazon hold it in stock, and you can then translate your listings and basically activate those listings on all the different Amazon platforms in Europe. And you can then get Amazon to ship those products to each individual customer as they buy from your one stock source in the United Kingdom. So just to confirm, Really what that means is you list your product in Germany, in German, France in French, so on and so forth. Whenever somebody comes on to Amazon Germany, sees your product and buys it, Amazon will ship it from the United Kingdom to that customer, and they'll charge you a slight fee, an EFN fee. So just to say that that's huge for your international expansion, because Amazon take care of all the logistics to the customer. They take care of the customer services, so you don't need to employ people to speak those languages at all. The only request you'll ever get is an invoice request. And again, I'm not going to go into that now because we're pretty much up at our time already. So just to say, you can go to somewhere like translated.net and get your products translated into all the different languages. It's really easy, really, really cost effective. So on from that, we would talk about the fact that a lot of new sellers, they don't have a way to manage their sales, manage their stock or forecast their sales. And if you're in a stock-based business and you don't understand how to forecast out into the future and understand when to order so that you never run out of stock, well, you're not going to be able to grow a business, because in a stock-based business, if you don't have stock, you don't have a business. And all of this feeds into cash flow, because if you know how many products you can sell in a certain period, and you know what you're going to be able to sell into the future as well as you forecast, you're going to know how much it's going to cost you to bring in enough stock to make those sales ongoing. And that's very, very important, because if you don't have enough cash allocated for those sales into the future, two things can happen. One, you may not be able to order enough stock ongoing to keep yourself in business, and two, you might run out of cash, whereby you can't reorder at a certain point. And that's definitely a problem if, for example, you start paying yourself too much money too early on in the business. You don't have enough money to order more stock, and if you've got no stock, you got no business. So the last point is this idea of zero business structure in place. We see this all the time. A lot of people don't want to start up LLCs or limited liability companies over here in the European Union. And the reason they don't want to do that is because there is a cost to it. But if you're going to get started in this business, you want to build something that is going to really, it's going to be something you're going to build on into the future, you need to have a business structure in place that allows you to do it. Because this is real business, this is real money changing hands, and there are real issues attached if you don't have a limited liability company. Even if you're just starting from scratch and you're selling a physical product and you're a sole proprietor, a sole trader, and something happens with your product, let's say you've got an electronic product and that causes a fire somewhere. Again, I hate to talk about doomsday scenario, another reason we don't sell electronic products, of course, but just to say, if this does happen and you're a sole proprietor, you are personally liable for any damages that are caused with your product. And that's something people don't realize. They might say, oh, well, it's the supplier's fault. Well, let me tell you, if you do end up in that scenario, the book will stop with you to a degree, especially if you're dealing with Chinese suppliers. It's just very hard with different jurisdictions and that kind of thing for anything to happen there. So you've got to be insured. You've got to have a structure where you've got limited liability. That is very, very important. So that's really the end of this presentation. We've hit you with a lot of information, like a lot, and I understand that. So I talk very fast to try and get through it all. I'm going to let Travis come back on, and if there's any questions, we're happy to answer them. If there's no questions, we can just bounce off, and you guys can keep rocking.
Well, actually, you guys nailed the nail on the head. There were a lot of the questions were the top mistakes you've seen, which you covered. For my private label brand, I'm laying out a ton of cash to send product to Amazon. They're probably focusing on the wrong products. That's why they're spending so much cash up front. You're not in that $1,000 to $3,000 range.
I think as well, in terms of that, Travis, it could certainly be that air freight thing that we covered. In terms of that air shipment, the price just goes through the absolute roof, whereas if you can look at sea shipment, if you want to contact us, we've got all the contacts there. It's not a problem.
And also, just to say, we actually I had a message from a guy I know today who is an Amazon seller, not part of our system per se, but the thing about it was he just said to me, hey, we've placed a big order. We usually get our freight quoted from our supplier in China, and all of a sudden it's $3,000 more than we expected. And it's a bit of a meltdown now because we got to rush. He's got to rush to try and get his product shipped. And the thing there is that we don't recommend. Just as another little point, we do not recommend you allow your Chinese company to ship your product for you if you're using sea freight. We would highly recommend you work with a freight forwarder who can, make it cost effective, but also if you're letting the Chinese supplier do absolutely everything, it's not always a good idea.
And I guess this one question here, this is kind of unique. This is for Robert. What was taking so much of your time with your previous business model before you guys went lean?
Well, certainly customer services was an absolute nightmare because we had to answer every single question that came in. And as Stephen touched on slightly, sometimes one question became 2 or 3 questions. And it was just eating into time. But also we were doing all the sourcing locally, so we had to place orders over and over again. We had to reprice all our items because we were competing against other sellers, and this was having to be done every single day. We also did all of our own fulfillment, so every single item that we sold had to be brought into stock, put away into stock, brought out of stock, put into a bag, shipped out, accounted for. And you can take a Monday, for example, which would have been an absolute disaster zone because you've got Friday night sales all day Saturday, all day Sunday, and you just get hit with an absolute snowstorm on a Monday morning. I was going to say a different word there, but I used snowstorm.
It's a family show.
Yeah, well done. Nice save.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, gotcha. Well, guys, the content was awesome. I'll send the vid to both you guys and do some editing magic. You literally touched on every question that came in before. Stephen, as I mentioned, I sent out a little survey before, so I get questions. You hit them all. Even the questions that were coming in, you guys hit on those as you went through the presentation. So this was really awesome. I know it's probably dinner time over there, 6 hours, 7 hours ahead. I really appreciate you guys getting on this and being a part and sharing your information.
Sure. Well, again, it's been a pleasure to do it, Travis. We're always happy to share some knowledge, because I know what it's like. When I started 4 years ago, there was no good information out there, and it's great that you're bringing some stuff out there for people. You're bringing multiple business models, as well as the previous speaker actually just mentioned when I was coming on. He was talking about the fact that there's lots of different ways to do this. This is just one way. We're very, very hard-lined with what we recommend with this particular business model, because you got to know what you're doing. You can't go in there not knowing what you're doing. And again, if anybody wants to find out any more stuff, it's marketplacesuperheroes.com. You can come and hit us up. We were happy to talk to people and whatever, and just to say, really appreciate being on here today, and wish you the best luck with this, and hope everybody enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'd like to echo that, Travis. Thanks very much for having us, and it's been a pleasure to speak today.
Thank you, guys. And one quick question for the Marketplace Superheroes. Last time I checked, and correct me if I'm wrong, registration had already ended. Is it too late for guys to get on, or do they have to wait for the next class opening?
Yeah, so we did close it down, yes. However, if anybody wants to jump in, you can send us an email, support@marketplacesuperheroes.com, support@marketplacesuperheroes.com, and I can deal with anybody who wants to speak to us about registration. But we will be opening again about the end of February or so. But yeah, I mean, if somebody wants to just jump on the email list, there'll be webinars and stuff like that later on. But yeah, thank you very much for mentioning that. So cool.
Yep. All right, guys. Thank you, and hey, enjoy the rest of your evening.
Same to you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thanks again, man.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Well, that concludes the Ecommerce Summit 2. We covered product development, hacking Kickstarter, branding, how to create a subscription box, and last but not least, Amazon FBA. Hope you guys took a lot out of this. The content that we learned today and that we got from these individuals, it was just as good as what we got from Ecommerce Summit #1. Just different business models and different takes on things on how to be successful in entrepreneurship, online e-commerce. I will be sending out the link to this video most likely Monday. I actually am going to send the Amazon FBA portion to Stephen and Robert so they can do some editing so you can actually see the slides that they were going over during the presentation. I think that's very important for you guys to see that, so you can actually see what the hell they're talking about, right? And have a visual. So I'm going to send a link to them so they can bake in the slides. But again, thank you guys for joining. Those of you that are new to the e-commerce summit, you'll be receiving a goodie bag with the maker's course, basically how to create a physical product from scratch, from start to finish. You'll be receiving the e-commerce toolbox, as well as a link to our Facebook group, and also being a member of the e-commerce summit. All summits going forward, you will just receive a registration link. You won't have to pay anything like that. So e-commerce summit number 3, you'll just receive a link that reserves your seat, and then you'll be good to go. So that's something we did from the previous group, all 37 guys that signed up last time. I basically told them, hey, you know, for being with me on the launch, I really appreciate it. So you guys can be on the next one for free, and basically all of them for free. I'm doing the same thing today with you guys as well. Everyone that joined us today that are new members of the e-commerce summit, you guys will have basically lifetime free access to all future e-commerce summits. So thank you guys. I appreciate it. I'll be sending out a survey as well to get your feedback and to figure out what topics to cover next. The reason we covered these topics today is because this is what you guys wanted. So I'll be sending out another survey, what we could do better, what topics to cover, and if you want to tell me, you know, where I'm awesome, I'll appreciate that as well. Thanks, guys, and enjoy your Friday.